Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は280を Sorry, one second. Sorry, my audio. Let's take a retake on that one. This happens on occasion. Alright. Hopefully there weren't any headphone peeps. We'll probably edit that. Anyways. So welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は280日目です。Right? It is day 280. Pardon the sudden mic thing. I forgot to readjust that. Okay, so it's day 280. This would be day 4, right? We're on our day 4. So tomorrow is an expected leap day, which would be a great opportunity for a burnout day, with one big exception. This month, we're going to skip our burnout routine. Probably. Because that would be a great time to do a double Inktober prompt for the following day, which is going to be lesson day. And lesson day is, lack of a better word, it's pretty devastating. So I'll probably not do an Inktober prompt then. It'll be like an after midnight kind of thing. It kind of works out. So tomorrow we only have 2 things to go right. Maybe I'll do it for an hour or something, as opposed to 2 hours. Try to get in a little bit of time. Today we have 101 items, and that's all the items that we currently have on level. What level are we? 27. One thing. Oh, and another update. You gotta love an active community, right? Active community means also when dashboard updates happen, the scripts also happen, right? So we got an update to the current script that I was using to adjust the dashboard colors and the colors on the website. So now, thanks to active reporting and all that stuff and the generous of the scriptwriter, we got panels that are not white, not plain white. Now, there is a hidden incentive of not having darker colors, because earlier this year I recently acquired a QD OLED panel, so I do quite enjoy my darker colors because they are very, very pleasing, quite dark. Although this also means that the white stuff are incredibly blindingly white. So double-edged. So earlier when I was the last couple of days staring at the white blocks, I'm more like into an off-white or a off-black situation, but black is pretty nice. Anyways, there's a little commentary. Refreshing, something like this, even these smaller details make the experience a bit more refreshing. All right. I mean, honestly, if I haven't decided, I could just keep swapping colors, you know, like darker colors, cycle through the week. When I was doing Duolingo last year, I just rotated pen colors instead to refreshen the experience. Right? The little details. All right, let's get into it. Pretty sure these are going to be pretty fresh in the mind. These are the 2 shortest days, although they're no longer the 2 shortest days. This one is the shortest day now. Tomorrow we have a burnout routine, so that usually lasts 2 hours. This would be uncontested the shortest day. It's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. All right. At least I think, unless I'm really falling behind on I'm becoming really complacent or something. It can happen. Oops.
西口
Koichi.
分解
Right.
残品
Danpi. 'Heck. Now I actually have both Chinese and Japanese reinforcing that character. It's a little different. Oh no, it's not a little different, just kidding. It's the same thing.
腰抜け
Nuke. I think I technically have the character in the middle. It's slightly different though. Possibly. The character I'm thinking of is something like... There's something up here. It kinda also mean the same thing. Kushinuke.
居酒屋
Izakaya.
捉える
Oaeru. Oaeru.
水安
Ieyasu.
逮捕する
Taihos. I'm speaking a little bit quieter today. Sorry. Voice has been strained quite substantially recently.
腎臓
Inzo. え
着替え
あえ
頑張れ
頑張れ
取り替える
取り替える
構造
構造ね
手がかり
手がかりOld Okay, that takes a while.
間抜け
間抜け Mm-hmm.
属する。
属する。あ。あ。
建前。
建前。
造園。
造園。
激励。
激励。Close enough.
故障。
故障。
手渡す。
手渡す。
再来月。
Rip. Hold up. Heck. Assign blank. We'll come back.
与える。
与える。
比較する。
比較する。
お任せ。
任せ。Close enough.
想像。
Those.
製造。
製造。
障害。
障害。
従える。
従える。Wait. Oh, what? Oh, right.
浴衣。
Yukata. I'm like, what the?
改造。
改造。改造。No. Change. Let's change, right? Or alter? How do you renew something? Model.
創立
創立. Oh wait, just kidding. Actually, I don't think that's beckon. I think I'm only writing as beckon because oh, maybe not. Huh.
お構いなく
Am not.
西ヨーロッパ
ヨーロッパ。え、
大規模
大気。
客観的
客観的。え
供給
供給。This one's weak. I don't know how long this one's gonna last.
励ます
出ます。
かかる
かかる。
年配
年配。
第一印象
第一印象。
今
今。
酒造
酒造。
隠れる
隠れる。
保証
保証。What? Oh.
お手拭き
Otefuki. Hmm.
.両替
Ryogae.
作る
Skuru. Ah. Okay. Harumaki.
春巻き
景観
Keikan.
小規模
Chokibo.
見抜く
Minuku.
印
Shirushi.
答える
Kotaeru.
巻き寿司
Makisushi. Ah.
再来年
Karainen.
悪影響
Fuyaekyo.
取り決め
Torikime. 決め decide and take out. Okay. This is definitely different. Has something to do with the degree, right? Onyomi for the degree. Kaku. Shitaku.
支度
Shitaku.
抜ける
Nukeru. That doesn't seem quite to take out something or to come out. Oh yeah, to fall out. I like to fall out. I should. Yeah, we have to be careful about that. Right, okay. Uh,
限定販売
Gente Hanbai.
障子
Oji.
触る
Sawaru.
抜き出す
Nukidasu. Okay. So right.
結構です 栄光
Eiko.
効果的
Ogateki. Oops.
統一
Oitsu. What? Oh. Oh, wait. Wait. What? Oh.
隠居する
Inktober. Uh, did I get it back? Oh, yes, I did. All right. Good to go. Good to go. Let's go over this. 30 minutes. That's about right. All right. Yeah, we're doing both. Oh, and now I can use white. Nice. Okay. We're back to the usual. All right. So we're now we're doing deaths and reads, right? I guess it's more. Yeah. So, dan, steps, eat, stomach, good, belly, 2, pain, 3, 、 belly, 4, 、 stomach, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117 Thai. That's really weak. Retreat. Naya. Worry. Spare time. Shiki. Shiki. Shoku. Or weave. Man. Man, what? This thing is so rough. May astray. Bucket. Misguided. You invite. Chew. Get a position. Pull. Visit. Do. Anger. Cho. Ascend. Sweet. Drowsy. Show. Symptom. Hey. Tighten. Akut. Urge. Akoga. Koga. Yearn. Goku. Gyoku. Extreme. And healthy. Ho. Ease. And roll. Guy. Alright. It for we have a lot to go over on HanziHero side. Yesterday was pretty rough. Alright. That's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. We might do an abbreviated burnout session tomorrow, or to make room for a double prompt on Inktober. Yeah, that's probably the goal. Abbreviated burnout day tomorrow. Alright. As always, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Feel free to stop on by, share some stories, exchange some ideas, keep each other motivated, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, walk around, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第273天。It is day 273. Got a lot to cover from yesterday. Had a big of an oof day. One of those oof days. Let's go over. I think we had 10 or 11 items. E for friendship. Hands, please. Okay. Ooh. Solid. My. Berry. E. I think it was missile. Whoops. Didn't do that little tail. Our doctor. Ying. Ying. Or negative. Sure. Knowledge. Foul. Placenta. Down. Files. And 警察. I actually wrote the wrong tone marker yesterday. Pretty sure. For 警. Don't forget the flowers today. I don't really have a great way to write the bottom of this character. I like smash together. And don't mix up ah. Police. Keisatsu. Keisatsubi, Keisatsu. Okay. Alright. There it is. I think that's 10, right? 5. Oh. I'm actually kind of... Oh, no. That's not it. There's definitely more than 9 here. I mean... I only have 9. Jiao. Jiao. That was actually the first one. For glue. There's the 10. Alright. Alright. Let's get into our lessons. It's been 2 days since we got a lesson. Or it's been 1 extra day because of our long digression. Right.
仓库
仓库. Warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse. Or storehouse, warehouse.
仓库苏醒
苏醒. Revive, awaken, regain consciousness. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. 苏醒. Oh. 苏醒.
苏醒厕所
厕所. Yeah. Okay, bathroom.
厕所
That's supposed to be place. Okay. Gotta double check.
铅笔
厕所 is closer to restroom than I think of. No, 洗手间 is kind of a restroom too. 铅笔 or lead pencil when they used to be made. Sort of. That's kind of an interesting thought that pencils used to have lead in them. I guess it's still lead technically. Actually, not entirely. What is the relationship between graphite Purely historical, based on a mistaken identity. Oh, despite the common term pencil lead, modern pencils contain no actual lead. No, well, that's fine, but how did the mistaken identity work? 1564, a large deposit of dark crystalline discovered because it left a dark mark and resembled lead. Oh, it was mistaken believed to be a type of lead. So semantics, historical semantics. Got plenty of those.
铅笔，践踏，
践踏，践trample, step, trample and step on. Okay.
践踏，
All right.
仓库，铅笔，
铅笔，
厕所，
厕所，
苏醒，
苏醒，
践踏，
Alright, next 5. To squat down. Twin xia. Man, squat is gonna get lost at some point. But squat down makes sense. Twin xia.
蹲下，跪下，
Wei xia. Kneel down. Yeah, makes sense. Wei and Dun are kind of bit scary.
跪下，
Yeah.
粮仓，
Liangchan. Provision storehouse, a granary, right?
"粮仓
Chang.
无铅
5,000. I mean, food storage could work too. As a
无铅
generalization of a granary. 5,000. No lead, unleaded, lead free.
无铅公厕
公厕, public bathroom or public toilet. Public like bathrooms, I usually call them restrooms because they're places where in public you can rest. And I often call bathrooms rooms with baths in them, so they're more like rooms with a bathtub. And then you have like the whole like concept of a half bath, a half bathroom, but a half bathroom is more like a restroom in a private room. Kind of interesting. Not that is conventional use. Just my thought about it. Oops.
公厕
So, public toilet works too, honestly. It's public in a toilet.
蹲下
Kind of funny. Squat down. And bathroom in the same group.
粮仓
I remember granary. I usually refer to it as a food storage because for the longest time, the conceptual connection between granary and food was video games. Like in Age of Empires, the food storage place, the thing that either stores food or is responsible for food upgrades and whatnot, like how stocks last and whatnot, is called a granary. And the way to acquire the definition of a granary was that it stored food. Kind of a blast from the past. I don't even know how old I was. Maybe 10 or 11 when I first understood what a granary was. Because food storage is very utilitarianly useful. So if Age of Empires just called the place a food storage, that would still mechanically be explicit. But a granary is the place, and it's a very specific type of food storage. And here we are again, almost 40, rediscovering that. Okay. Or iterating on it anyways.
无谦，跪下，
Koichi happens a lot in those dynastic dramas whenever the king arrives. The subjects the subjects are ordered to 跪下. Okay.
公厕，
So, all right.
手舞足蹈，
手舞足蹈. Hand dance thigh or like leg or foot. Foot. Dao. Step. Tread. Oh, step. Tread. To dance with joy. Interesting. There's joy in there somewhere. Huh. There's another one for dance that's kind of like this, moving your hands and leaping around or bouncing around, but there's joy in this. Interesting. Guess the hand is where the joy comes from. 手舞足蹈，
手舞足蹈，
足蹈，手舞足蹈。对，
渡口，
渡口 ，very terminal movements. This part is kind of a mixed bag, because sometimes it could mean the entrance of something, the exit of something, the pathway of something. Something that opens and closes. And in this case, it's more of a channel situation.
渡口，
渡 wave? No, 渡. Did 渡 work? What the do? Oh, fairy, right. Man, ooh. There is a bit of okay. Yeah.
草稿
Algal. Rough draft. Makes sense. It's Algal.
草稿蚕
Alright. Our new characters. Tan. I was already having problems with Tan. Alright, Tan. A flail and a skeleton. Casper is inside the pawn shop looking for things to decorate his home with. He finds an old casket and opens it. Inside is a skeleton with a flail. Casper wants to buy it, but finds that the skeleton is incomplete. It's missing one of the feet. Okay. I mean, that's... Or alternatively, he's trying to find some decor to complete his house, because his house decor is incomplete. Yeah.
蚕豹
I'm okay with that. Oh, hey, we have violent. Guess bowl. Bowl. Oh, that's pretty close. Kanji came first. It's not that common for the kanji to come first because of pacing. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the barn where he comes across a pile of seaweed and snowflakes. Next to the pile of manure, Bart, who is in a violent mood, takes out a miniature sun from his pocket and uses it violently, attacking the... Okay. Yeah, sun. Sun is when it falls apart. Such a pigeonhole. Let's see. So we have Bart Simpson in the bathroom of the barn. Man, seaweed, snowflake, and sun. Is in a violent mood because he has to do chores like washing the seaweed he collected from the farm. Despite in the winter snow, right? Let's just use snow. Snow is good enough. Snow and the sun isn't out. That's kind of a rough one. 暴风雨. Violent wind, rain. 暴风雨. 暴力. The qualities, the force or strength of violence. Violence. Oh, yeah. Brutal. Don't got that character yet. 暴风骤雨. A violent storm. I don't know what 骤 is going to be. 骤, not 骤. 骤.
豹
Okay. That one's questionable. Very questionable. Ah! Okay. Well.
蚕 渡口，
Wait. Where did I go? Oh, wait. Oh, I went wrong with the wu.
草稿，
I'll go.
手舞足蹈，
Go down.
报，
Okay. Liquid. Interesting. Yeah. Yoshi's in the bathroom of the electricity plant late at night. The bathroom is dark and he suddenly hears a noise. Slenderman is behind him, so Yoshi takes a lid and cuts off his head. Okay, that's kind of weird. The liquid within Slenderman, it does not seem to be normal blood, sprays everywhere. The lid. The lid is the rough one in this. So Yoshi is visiting the bathroom of the electricity plant. Working late at night. He's looking to wash off his lid of his the lid of the generators. He's responsible for. To wash off the excess liquid, the lids of some generators. The excess liquid that sprayed the lids of some of the generators. Coincidentally bumping into Slenderman. Slenderman doing the same. Right, his colleague. Okay. Yeti. Interesting. Combine it with body. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Saliva. Liquid crystal. I wonder if this is how they say liquid crystal display. Maybe like ping? Yeah. What is that? Yeah, Jing. Yeah, Jing ping. Something like that. Liquid crystal display. Rong yeah. Solution? Contain. Okay. Oh, that's a different Rong. Huh.
叶，肺，
Hey. Discard. You don't quite look like a fae. You look more like a dung under a shack. Oh, but you could be related to a fa, but without the man. Alright. Don't quite look. Feel. The look does not sound like fae. Frodo is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay. He is discarding his shack that he built in the bathtub, okay, and is converting it into a bunker instead. Stacked up in the corner is a bunch of missiles and bows that he found discarded on the beach earlier that day. He seems to be preparing for great war. Okay. And there's not much to work with when it comes to the bathroom. That's fine. It is okay. Not much saying about the beach house either. Maybe he's discarding the shack outside on the beach. In exchange, bunkering down, bunkering up in the bathroom of a dilapidated beach house. That's good enough. I can imagine that. So Fei. Make discard to become invalid. Wow. Okay. To give up halfway, huh? Bantu. Oh, Bantu are Fei. Interesting. Like half. Yeah, halfway, then discard. To give up halfway. Ruins. Hey, I don't have anything on another character yet. Oh, what is that? She? Kind of looks like she. A decadent. Interesting. Sui Fei. That the same decadent? Oh no. Oh yes. It is. Wow. I didn't even realize. Oh, I didn't even realize that's the same. Decadent means both of those. As an this is the adjective, probably. It's a reflection of a state of moral or cultural decline. Not a person who is luxuriously self-indulgent, which is what I was thinking of, decadent. But this is discard, and I was like, I don't see how discard relates to that self-indulgence. So this must be the adjective. Interesting. The more you learn, the more you know. Hey, Ja. Got nothing on that right character yet.
废
Hey. So many more characters to
Hui.
go. Radiant. Hui. Got a chariot. We have a chariot carrying the light. Oh, this is gonna work well with the Hulk. The Hulk is in front of the beach house, going back and forth in the sand with this green colored chariot. The sun rays, okay, ray, that's fine too, reflected off of his skin, giving him a strange green radiant glow that turns the sand near him green in its radiance. No. Hulk is in front of the beach house, chilling with Apollo. With his chilling in front of the beach house when suddenly he was visited by Apollo, which is kind of the same as the Who one, where like a Asgardian soldier pops up through a portal to anima kettle. Apollo, you know, where with his radiant chariot. Radiant chariot carrying sun, you know, shining. Right, I guess rays going everywhere. The sun. Oh, Hulk is probably one of the few characters that outside like Superman, possibly.
灰
But carrying around with the green thing is kind of weird. I think that's a little too much.
诺
Outside of my... No, oh, okay. Naruto is underutilized. Naruto is top 5 rare. Next to Popeye. Popeye, Neo. Popeye, Neo. Naruto is in the bathroom of the office building with a bunch of flowers, okay, in his mouth and under his armpits. He's doing this because he promised his boss he would do it if he failed to reach quarterly goals. He stands in the middle of the bathroom as the office workers send words of laughter at him for failing to do what he promised. He will get his alright. Naruto is in the bathroom of the office building. Carrying so many flowers in his armpit. Carrying so many flowers that he's using his mouth and armpits both his arms and armpits as he promised to confess his love for a coworker. Confess, I guess, one of words. Tell / confess to his affection, his fondness for a coworker. Office coworker. That's a little bit more on brand. I mean, the other stuff is also kind of on brand too. Kind of an oddball. Chung Nuo. To undertake a promise. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
莫
It comes out as promise.
灭
Mie. Ooh, that's an interesting combination. Mie. This might actually be the first Mie. Extinguish. Why do you look familiar? You look very close to a kanji, but slightly weird. Huh. Maybe it's just the way this is connected to that. Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where some of the fancy electrical devices sticking out of the ground have broken out into an electrical fire. Mickey runs around trying to extinguish the electrical fire. That's kind of scary. That has already burned down some of the stalls. Okay. He sprays water on the fire. That's rookie mistake. But that only makes it worse because it's an electrical fire. Fair enough. You got me. Finally, he takes out a comically large battle axe from his pocket and swing it side from side, creating a powerful wind that somehow extinguishes the fire. Honestly, that kind of sounds like something SpongeBob, but Mickey Mouse, I'll take it. I'll take it. I think this one is pretty good because it's trying to be whimsical, and there are a few characters that are whimsical, but Mickey is one of them. Go extinct. Mie Jue? Jue is cut out, right? Or cut off, yes. So to extinguish and cut off. Interesting. Xiao Mie. Xiao Mie. Extinguish. To extinguish or to eliminate by making it disappear. To eliminate. To annihilate. I don't have the left thing yet. qi, xi mie. Xi, no xi. We're getting a lot of fiery stuff.
灭
Okay. Uh-huh. Right. That's how that works.
业
Okay. So we have... Oh, it could just be used for right as well. I could simplify that to right. Use right instead of armpit and mouth. To reduce the number of body parts. And the thing would just be modified. Naruto is in the bathroom of the office preparing to confess his affections for someone and making believing that he found the right person. Right person. As opposed to right the direction. But okay. We've already committed to one of them, so it'll hold up. I might change it retroactively. So how does that work? Okay.
没 灭
The comically battle axe is pretty wild. Okay.
灰 废
Okay. Kinda weak. Kind of. Alright. 148. Let's get into it.
悲惨
这是一场悲惨的意外。
炒锅
你知道怎么用炒锅吗？
炒饭
我喜欢吃炒饭。
Oh, that's all. Yes.
拨款
What did I type the
他们提
first
议拨
time?
款给教育，
Huh. That's weird. Huh. Weird. Okay. What the seaweed spray? Then Bangwu. Oh, right.
洪水
洪水损坏了很多房屋。
撤洪流
洪流冲走了车子，
拨打，
我需要拨打这个电话。
惨白，
他吓得脸色惨白。
傲慢，
这个老板非常傲慢。
瓜，
wait. Heck. Huh.
正，
I thought it was not Kirby that was fighting the. Wait. No. Oh, this is
交锋，
这是一场激烈的交锋。
倒，脸红，
一见陌生人就脸红。
素，
that's kind of weak. Whoa, wait. Oh. I wrote T instead of ta. Ah.
先锋，
他是革命的先锋。
丈，母，
What? Oh no. Hold up. I think this is like truth or pure or something. Hold up.
脚踏车，
我想买一辆脚踏车。
退休，
他想早点退休。
渴求，
他渴求成功。
Desire, yearn, thirst for. Okay.
锋利，
今天风力很大。
Okay.
弯曲，
他们沿着弯曲的小路前进。
Winding, like yeah, line curved, winding, lots of bends.
消耗，
跑步会消耗很多能量。
Oh, 笑颜。
迷你，
迷你碗。
Transliteration. What? Wait. Oh, dang. How did I hit C instead of S? That happens. That definitely happened.
校园，
我喜欢在大学校园散步。
取代
我们必须取代旧的电脑。
取代 kind of like replace but change, exchange. Oh, there's so many. Oh man.
泥沙
河流带来了许多泥沙。
Practice knee. Ah! Oh, that's 刺。
心脏
他的心脏停止了跳动。
宣
One of the weaker ones for sure.
见报
Oh, heck. Fine.
建造
这座大桥是由工程师们建造的。
What? Wait, what? Oh no, that's quiet. Whoops. That's a pretty big misread. Oh, come on. I thought that was it. Is that not it? Am I missing something? Oh, I'm missing an N.
死
It's something like this. It's this. Yeah, just like this. Okay, it's fine. Same difference.
撑伞
下雨时，他撑伞走回家。
What? What? Honestly, I haven't seen this thing for a while, and I don't know. Oh no, hmm.
那
Okay, it can only be two things. It's so weird seeing it stand alone. It rarely is ever alone. That threw me off so
玩
badly. Oh no, that's play. Oh. Wow. What the? Something's wrong with that, that's for sure.
纯真
他的纯真令人感动。
Hmm. I feel replace is better there. Okay, so oh no. It deals with like oh maybe it's
应当
应当早做准备才是。
应当早做准备才是。Should act as. Yeah, I didn't know where dung, like what the function of dung was. It's still kind of in should.
听到，
你听到音乐了吗？
What? Oh, dang it. I gotta rethink that. Heck! Wrong tone.
漏水，
浴室的水龙头漏水了。
按，
Ooh, that's not good.
梨树，
梨树开花了。
That's not good.
逼迫，
父母不应该逼迫孩子选择职业。
耳膜，
我感觉耳膜有压力。
Yes.
分，贫困，
他们生活在贫困的村庄。
乌云，
孩子们害怕乌云。
羊，巧妙，
他用了一个巧妙的方法。
静，
Oh. Okay. Oh.
托，
Okay.
巨人，
他是文学界的巨人。
错，上帝，皇帝，
古代中国有很多皇帝。
蔬菜，
你应该多吃蔬菜。
I added an O. That was a bad. That was a reflex. Dang it.
盛开，
它们什么时候会盛开？
Oh, this is full bloom. We practiced that. Still pretty weak though.
夫妻，
他们夫妻俩又吵了。
盛行，
现在健身很盛行。
I just good to go. Okay, yeah, flourishing, trending, fashionable.
笑，
Huh. Wasn't Xiao. I thought Xiao was. Interesting. No. Yes.
揭发、
他揭发了一个重大的阴谋。
Oh, rip. Slowing down. It was excellent going for a little bit.
赔偿、
他们得到了赔偿。
It's like pure truth. Honest, innocent. Okay. Fair enough.
强盗、
强盗偷走了很多贵重物品。
风餐露宿、
那位探险家习惯了风餐露宿。
障碍、
路上有很多障碍，请小心行走。
马后炮、
你现在说这些，不过是马后炮。
帝国、
罗马帝国很强大。
What is that?
压扁、
他把塑料瓶压扁了。
真诚、
他是真诚的朋友。
Like really, it's an I thought it was more like an intensifier, but
昏迷、
病人突然昏迷了。
I lost when. Oh, wait, how does that work? Like, when me? Why don't I remember what the shell is supposed to be used for? I thought it was like relent or something. Oh no, shall. Oh, okay. That looks sucky. Standalone. That's not good enough. Standalone. Need to work on it.
奇妙、
这是一个奇妙的经历。
罢了、
这只是一份工作罢了。
航空、
他是一位航空专家。
航空? What? Navigate air? I guess a aviator or aviation, a pilot? Oh, it's pilot. Or a hmm. How does this work? Like sincere, best, really, true friend. Okay. True. I think really is fine too.
登机，
我讨厌登机。
What the? Oh, wait. We write this. Fighting with foreman, decide goes. She gets a ball of yarn and throws it at. Okay. I swapped it up a little bit in my head. I don't think I need to edit that. Oh, I hit 1 instead of 2. 登机. What the? Huh.
贯穿，
这条铁路贯穿全国。
Oh, wait. Winnie. Pretty sure that's dawn. No, that's dusk. Lost dusk. 病人. 病人. Uh-oh. Something done. Oh. Or like, oh, fall into a coma. Alright. Fall into a coma is kind of weird. When me doesn't communicate fall into a coma. I was thinking more like death, but it's kind of similar. But coma is a little different from passing away. Alright, got me. What is this supposed to be? Mount machine? Oh, is it like operate? Oh. Oh, mount a machine. Oh, mount plane. We're gonna pass on that. That's fine. Oh no, 发言. 发言. Hmm. Hmm.
跨
Of course it's Kwa. That really sucks. Kwa really, really sucks. Okay. Oh, because the right is sincere. That's right. Right is sincere. Navigate. It does say navigate air, doesn't it? Okay.
梅花
梅花在冬天开放。
发炎
我的喉咙发炎了。
吉利
这是很吉利的符号。
Oh, I missed the G when I was typing.
冰丧生
他去年丧生了。
It's to lose one's life.
"抓狂
这音乐让我抓狂。
Oh, what? Sing something 卫星降卫星降是 Here's something 动力 Also dropping that too. 共动力 This doesn't really help. Oh,
心肌
心肌为心脏提供动力。
it must be this hand thing. Oh, okay.
掌声
我可以从这里听到掌声。
It is clap. Applause. Clap. Okay. YOLO.
反
We'll go back, yeah. Really? I felt pretty good about that one.
歇
What? That's not stop? Huh. Oh man, it's lost. Okay, so which one is this? I don't think is... Ah. Oh, wait. Oops. Or tumble.
摘
Oh no, this is pluck. Just kidding. Not tumble. I thought it was like stop and rest. Okay, okay. Same thing. Same difference. Stop can mean rest. Like to stop doing something.
肤色，
他的肤色很白，
oops.
略，信徒，
你是信徒吗？
Oh, just kidding. I forgot to silence. Oh, that's the same structure, but I didn't read the whole thing.
爽快，
我喜欢爽快的人，
That one's a bit weird. What? Okay, I need to read that again.
审议，
法院正在审议这起案件。
露珠，
露珠在阳光下闪闪发光。
傲，
What? Oh. That was Chao. Oh.
横向，
这扇门横向打开，
称，
Wait. Yes. What happened here? No, I really thought it was. Oh, wait.
幽默，
东西方幽默不同。
What the secluded points? No, not secluded. Like solitude. Like just secluded, quiet place. Humor. I hate humor. Oh my gosh, it's humor again. Oh, I couldn't make sense of it because the sentence doesn't make sense with my interpretation. Do I care? I don't. We're not. I don't care for this term. I really don't care for this term. Heckin' yomo. Dang it! It's heckin' humor. Oh my gosh. Every single time. I don't think there's a single time Yomo stuck. Maybe we write something about it. the explainer is as good at honestly isn't that much. I don't have anything that much better than the explainer. Imbue some negativity into it. Make it stick out because it sucks. Man, that triggers me so much. We're so close to not being triggered. Okay. Let's try to settle back down.
投稿，
他每个月都投稿一次。
Yomo sucks.
播，
What happened here? I was pretty sure this is... Huh. Hmm.
踩踏，
请不要踩踏草坪。
Oh no, 从事. YOLO? Okay. Not good.
吵，
What went down here? Dang it.
徒弟，
这是我最优秀的徒弟。
探讨，
我探讨了房屋付款方式。
I thought that was okay. I guess not.
石柱，
这根石柱非常高。
Yeah, I really thought that was right. Oh, it's probably... What? What?
佛像，
这座佛像非常壮观。
从事，
你从事什么工作？
无偿，
我们提供无偿咨询。
What? I went for it. It failed. Um,
并吞，
这个城市被邻国并吞了。
邻国并吞了。Or I guess annex is better. Doll. I really thought it's that. Why is it not that? This is machinery. Or apparatus, yeah. Apparatus and machinery. Oh no, it's just what? Oh, 机械, 械. Okay, and then what's happening here? Pretty sure it's yes. Okay, need something. Do you know 他住在哪里吗？
小的
What did I
你晓得
type
他
the
住在哪里
second
吗？
time after I silenced it? It's a typo.
Paul
I dislike when that happens. I wasn't paying attention to what my typo was. So then I ruled it out. Discussion. Okay.
细屑
Boy. Boy howdy.
碳
Like concerning matter? Or it could be following matter. Yeah, like what are you doing now? Like undertaking now? Concerning matters now? What the? Oh my. Okay. Oh, what is it? Like annex?
晕倒
他因为饥饿而晕倒。
Oops, that's not how you spell faint. That's faint, but a different faint.
高档
这家店卖高档家具，
Like high level grade and okay.
尾
What happened here? Oh,
物
heck. Why? I already filled in a vocabulary word with this character in it. Oh, right.
惨
Uh. X. E?
最后
我们刚完成最后一个。
Huh. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work. Wow. That was a string of terrifying gut feelings. Dang. Alright, we need to slow down.
度
Let's not die. Oh no.
与航员
宇航员在太空舱中生活。
Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Still.
干鞋 背
Oh, prepare. Prepare. Hmm. Nope. The eaves. Oh, this is heckin' astronaut. Oh my gosh, astronaut is weird.
坡
No, wait. Oh my gosh. Shit. Hmm.
弱
Oh, as though, not as if. As if. But what happened here? Oh.
减 烂苹果
请把烂苹果丢掉。
Dang it. And I think that's gone. Whoops. I hit 5. I meant to hit 4.
静意
Practice this. Oh.
允
No. It's something kind of related.
虎柿子
他给了我一个柿子，
苹果园
他住在一个苹果园。
It's an orchard, but I guess orchards have to be apple orchard, but orchard is good enough. There are other types of orchard I know, but one of the defaults.
院
We practice this too.
荒
Like the thing has to change their ways. I think this is gonna be a pass. Yeah, allow. It's fine. I couldn't think of. Am I able? Offering the ability to. I don't know what that. It allows. Good word. Really good word.
Duan
Oh, it's probably "t." Is it "t"? Hmm.
盟友
他是我们的盟友。
力食宿
食宿包括在内吗？
次
Or occurrence, yeah, that's fine. Alright. This has been a good day. Xiao was very disappointing. Hunmi. I have to think about Hunmi. We'll adjust all of these, of course. Put in some effort. And heckin' Yo Mo. I wanna burn that idea. A little bit up from yesterday, that's for sure. Stamina's good. Alright. Hey. Mie. Yeah, Mie. Oh my gosh, Mie. So weird, Mie. Wei. Yeah. Tan. You don't look like a ton, really. This is the worst one. Bao. 诺。厕所。苏醒。蹲下。跪下。Oh wait, that's fine. Nope, that's not fine. 入口。手无足。足什么？足道。Yes. 铅笔。公子公子egg。公厕。Man, 公厕 sounds really weird. Okay. 仓库。粮仓。践踏。5000。草稿。Okay. Alright, so we have Frodo retreating to sneaking off into the bathroom of the abandoned beach house, right? Ditching his shack by the beach to create a bunker and stashing his weapons, right? His bow and weapons, his missiles. Wait. Did I incorporate the word in there anywhere? Not really. Yeah, he discard. I guess discarding is probably, yeah, I should say so. Discarding this way. So discarding his shack. All right. Then we have Mickey, who is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, a magical electricity plant. There happens to be a fire. I don't know, some exposed wire, right, all over the ground. and it caught on fire. So he tries to put it out with water. Doesn't really work. Then he brought out a magical battle axe, which happens to look like a fan, I suppose, and put it out with that. How does that work in the meaning of this? I guess extinguish and put out the fire. Okay. And we have Hulk. This was probably the strongest. Hulk is outside of the beach house. Or, yes. I imagine he was at the beach house. Pretty sure he was at the beach house. And then suddenly Apollo shows up in his chariot, right? As radiant as ever, shooting sun rays everywhere. Pretty convenient that's on the beach too, trying to enjoy the sun. We have Yoshi spending late nights at the electricity plant with his coworker, right? With his coworker Slenderman. Cleaning out the excess liquid in the bathroom, cleaning out the excess liquid that sprayed onto the lid of the generators. Working late in the evening. Okay. Then we have Casper, who's in the pawn shop, looking to complete, being incomplete, right? To complete his decor. Ended up settling on an interesting secondhand coffin with a skeleton and a flail, holding a flail. It kind of seems like an appropriate decor for a ghost. Okay, then we have Bart Simpson, who is storming off into the bathroom of the barn violently, complaining about having to do chores. Like cleaning out the seaweed, collecting and cleaning out the seaweed during the winter time, right? Snowflakes. Oops. Snowflakes. And the sun is nowhere to be seen. Cold day, cold day. Could be a day too. I should start using day for sun, as opposed to trying to fit sun into things. And moon, we could start incorporating month into it instead of moon. Trying to fit moon and sun in specific things are not that great. Although daytime and nighttime is pretty okay use. Then we have Naruto in the bathroom of the office, practicing what to say. About his promise with all the flowers to the right person that he's infatuated with. That it kind of writes itself, so this one's pretty good. All right, so we have Xiao. Xiao feels bad, man. Effect. This is one of the first ones. Let's go through the other ones. Quinny. Quinny. Coma, basically. And yo, I can yo. Yo what? Yo more. humor. Okay. Alright. Let's go look at Xiao. I had an adjustment I was gonna make. So basically Lena is going to the bathroom of the barn, taking a break from farm life. Right. But the foreman objects. So she pulls out a sword while the foreman has nothing but a ball of yarn. So it was effective at shutting him up. You know, Xena style. Okay. I should be okay with that. Then we have Huanmi. Huanmi. One's brain. One's brain goes dark or goes into dust when it is lost. Okay. Dusk, as in like sun goes out. And then yo more. Ekin transliteration. It doesn't really sound like it, but humor. Another transliteration. I think we're just gonna bypass transliterations until I can hear it. That's how I treat everything else. Like, right? 镭射, radar, and all those like mini, all those other ones. We'll just give it a bypass. Transliteration is transliteration. It's a little less crazy than katakana. Alright. Not bad, not bad. This is an above average day. Pretty good. Alright, folks. A wrap for our HanziHero session today. We can watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Let me know what you think. I'd love to hear. Always welcome to Yap. Strategize, exchange stories, details, keep each other motivated, right? Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right, thank you for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and be back for Inktober. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. We are on to our 11th prompt of Inktober. Hopefully getting a double prompt, working on double prompt today. Yesterday's prompt was Sting. Sting was the prompt. Gonna go with the old reliable stuff today. Try to keep it reasonable. So when I think of Sting, there can only be a one. Hopefully this one. Make the face a little bit doughy, like kind of getting a better feel of how to squish our subject now. Let's see. There we go. All right. I'm gonna start with very smooth things first. Trying to get my form down. Okay. Hmm. Okay. All right. I'll worry about the line art later and try to be vigilant. Trust the process, right? Okay. All right. Gonna do some watercoloring. Yeah, so let's quickly throw a background onto the stuff. I think I've gotten pretty okay at doing this. So let's start with that's a little, that's a maybe that's a little too, oh, that's a little too dark. Maybe like here. That looks pretty good. Okay, and then what happened? Maybe do a little. No. Or maybe that's that's not the brush done. Probably this one. Yeah. Okay. And then okay. Put up some clouds. That's pretty good. Let's I think this time we're gonna go with whoa, that's definitely a lot lighter. Okay. Okay. Uh, Actually, maybe I just use the same thing and okay. Okay. Um. Let's we're gonna work with that, right? That's probably what we're gonna work with. That should be good enough. Oops. All right. So let's get to doing this. I think I'm just gonna play it off by eye today. Actually, probably the first thing to do. Oh. Oh, I wonder if I can hold. No, that's not how that works. That is not how that works. What? That's fine. Okay. Blocking it with one color and then going back with the other is probably quicker. That's okay though. It's fine. This is cathartic. That's a little bright here. I have a bit of the munchies today. My hand's kind of shaking from lack of substance. All right, so we got the color block in. Let's start. Okay. Actually. All right, so let's make him look less like a goofball. Okay. So do a little here too. All right. So, kind of gonna rely on our typical strategy, right? Let's first start with Interesting. Huh. Where do I go with? I go with the one side? Hold up. Let's do... Actually, different idea. Okay. Darking. Oh. Ugh. Hmm. Oh my goodness. Your eyes are really lopsided. We'll fix that later. We'll fix that in a bit. Yep, I'll fix that in a bit. Oh boy. Time is it? Okay. Keep doing that. Stop. That's actually interesting. Alright, now let's go in and fix stuff. What? Oh. Okay. Could make the and then I can just redo. Okay, and then I could do the void of darkness. Okay. All right. What happened? Oh. Okay. Oops. Okay. All right. Now go in, and how much time do I have? Okay. Now we do some detail work, then call it a day. Oh. Dang it. This is probably the hardest part. I have like a death grip on my pen. Okay. All right. Now we do a little bit of other things. Hmm. Uh. No black ones. I'll do the blacks. White. All right. Now we have to do the background, right? Okay, so some light. Some light TLC, and then we move on to our next prompt. It'll all make sense in a bit. I still have some work to do on how to do this part even quicker by intuitively lifting my pen a little bit to lower the density of the strokes as I'm going through. I can save time. Like I should have made some of those bushes lighter strokes and heavier strokes. So lighter strokes as I'm going through. I wanted these lighter strokes to be lighter and then the closer ones to be darker. So instead, to counter that, I'm going to probably go through them again, but emphasize the darker ones forward. Maybe next time. How did I come up with this idea? You kind of fill it, you know? That's what you do. That's what art does, right? You kind of fill it out. This is my own, like, I guess, how do I say it? It's kind of like my own style over the years. Now I'm going to try to do it by controlling my hand a little. Maybe more like this. So I'm trying to keep like smooth lines for the count. You remind you of B Mario? Yeah, me too. I think that's unintentional though, since I'm not a Nintendo person, but that is what it reminds me of. Alternatively, I could do it the backwards. Start with light strokes and then gain heaviness. Experimenting. Obviously experimenting right now. Definitely can be better. But this is my favorite part of the drawing process, just to add details. And obviously I'm not doing like realistic things. I don't really do realistic things. Not that I don't want to in the future, but very detailed. Yeah, the last part is usually the easy, like the last part is the most exciting part, because you wanna, the idea is you want to get enough so that people can, you know, whoever's looking at it can relate, right? Enough to get the idea, but then the rest is people. I've been talking about this so many times recently about like AI and the whole is art going to replace AI, and I mean, is AI going to replace art and all that. So that's been the last, like, kind of a lot of conversations before recently. And this very last step is the reason why I don't think it's going to happen, right? Like, most of this stuff is not supposed to make sense. It's supposed to, like, capture how I see the world. So that's kind of the idea. I break certain lines down that aren't supposed to be there, so it's not. Some reels, some not, you know? Just the way it goes. I don't want little something. We need to add a little bit more vibrant to the background. This is color adjustment. Near the end is color adjustment. So I always leave something in the back for color adjustment. I need something that is a little bit more noisier. And then need and then such a cure to see your drawing every time. Is that the word? Is that the word you're going for? I'm not sure. Alright, so now we have to ground things. So we have to put our character in the scene. Still a little bit more to do. Just a little bit of touch here, and that should be good enough. Oh, or healed. Ah, okay. So there's something therapeutic, right? You're looking. I think drawing is very therapeutic. I think people should do some of it when they can. They definitely need to try doing it a bit. Now we're gonna do maybe like a bounce. Of like a dark bounce. Feel like I'm gonna put it underneath. Or we just take it down a little. This is to increase the contrast. We're basically trying to increase the contrast a little, to make it a little dramatic. And this is probably gonna need a little dramatic too. Oh. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll come together. I don't think I need that aggressive. I'll just ground these things right now. No, it's fine. You do design? Oh yeah, designing is good. Yeah, designing works. Same deal. Same deal. Basically what I was trying to say is a creative process, right? Engaging in a creative process is very therapeutic. This is how I ground most of the things, so it looks like it's belonging in the same place. Okay. It's an interesting look. It's an interesting look, I would have to say. But it's kind of my look. What purity were you talk about? I can't find the word. Catharsis? Or therapeutic. Sorry, therapeutic. Like healing. Very therapeutic. Yeah, that is. Let's do one last thing. So Yeah, yeah. That's the word I usually lean on. Or catharsis. Catharsis is the other word. Something that it's very protective or healing in a way. Makes you feel very comfy. Like, I can go on and keep doing this for a really long time. But artwork is, in my opinion, most creative things aren't ever completed. So we just move on. Because I have to do a second piece today. So we gotta move on from this. Now I do my customary... my customary things. Right, the idea of AI would be something like, well, I'm pretty sure people wouldn't do this. Is kind of like it's kind of a mix and mesh of so many things. I don't know if that's attractive or not. But when you're thinking about like statistical averages, you know how models work. I think the idea is that they would have a consistent outcome, and I don't think it would be something like this. It wouldn't look like something like this, at least I think. Not yet, anyways. My artwork is so inconsistent. It would be pretty impressive if I place, like, I take a model and jam it with all my artwork, that it would find some consistent patterns, because I don't do artwork consistently. All my pieces are very different. It's just whatever I feel. There are definitely like, I'm trying to be consistent basically with like certain things. This is probably the most consistent thing, which is the theme for this year. I made sure the theme for this year was consistent. Or the meta theme. The prompts are not, obviously, so they kind of challenged me to do something different and do something the same. Yesterday I met someone new who asked me a question like, how did I learn how to, where and how did I learn how to draw or like do artwork? And I didn't have the greatest answer because I didn't really think about it yet. And my answer was, I just do it. So when I do it, you find out, right? You go and find out. But the thing is, I don't do that all the time for just about anything. I actually very rarely do anything by winging it, like completely winging it. I'm usually the guy that would say something like, oh, always be aware, you know, have some awareness of what you're doing. So when you're aware of what you're doing, you can improve upon it and reflect on it. But for artwork, it was inspired by someone else. And most of the things that are inspired by someone else, I wing it. And therefore, it also means that I have problems explaining. Oh, what? The heck? Did I not copy this? I did copy this. Oh. Yeah, definitely have no explainers. This is more of a feel. This is probably the most feely thing I do in the year. I feel like communication has sort of been more about feelies now. However, this is probably the most intuitive thing that I do in the year ever. So since I rely so much on intuition, it brings me closer to the human experience, like how other people go about their stuff. I feel like the majority of people either use repetition or intuition to do things, and I don't usually use repetition or intuition to do things. Oh, it's a shame the tree isn't gonna make it in there, huh? That's okay. I put time into that tree. I should have pushed a little bit further, but that's okay. Stinger. Oh no. I don't know what I'm gonna use for sting. Pierce? I could use pierce. Sting is probably the same as pierce. So, right? And sasu. Sasu and tsu. That's probably the character we're looking for. Sa. Yeah, sa and tsu. Alright. Let's do that. Yeah, that one. Yes. Sasu. That's it. Let's go, and what color do I do for complimenting? Oh, we have to do polka dots, right? Oh, we could do stripes. Nah, we gotta do black and yellow and black polka dots. So I guess we're going with a yellow theme. That feels more adorable. Which one is that? Yes or no? Which one is that? Like, the prompt is sting. So is there, or is that like, I don't actually know what that means. What's the intrinsic meaning of that character? You're gonna have to explain it to me because I'm not sure. Before I start writing this character. Oh no, wait! I don't have to start writing this character. I can do the rest of my frame first. We say oh, for the stinging to be stung. Okay, I see. Yeah, but this is a combination of Japanese and Chinese. So what does that mean in Japanese? I thought you were going to tell me what that means in Japanese. Hang on, let me put it in the... Yeah, there's nothing for Japanese. Courtesy? Yeah, no. I'm gonna stick with sa, but I don't think it works in Japanese. It's not solely Chinese thing. Or like what I mean is I don't know how to say sting in Japanese using that character. I'm not entirely sure. Let me see if there's something close to it. To pierce? No. Shimiru. Shimiru is not that. Cool. That's weird. Mushi? Oh, that's funny. The insect bite uses mushi sasare. Yeah. I'm gonna take that under advisement, but we're gonna stick with the original thought because I don't actually know what that means in Japanese. Let's see. Are we doing white or are we doing black? We're definitely doing yellow. Then we're doing black text. Yeah. Just put it's understandable. We're both. Yeah, that was the idea. That's the point. That's the intent. I'm communicating what I mean by my choice. So it's adorable because both Japanese and Chinese people understand that means something that deals with piercing or stabbing or stinging. That's why I originally picked it. I understand that you were talking about Chinese, but you also are learning Japanese, you know? Learned it? Yeah. I actually haven't, but now I know, and I look forward to it. I'm gonna use a straight edge for this. Oh no, I have to freehand something. Actually, does that look okay if I... we don't have to deal with these semantics because could always do something different. I gotta freehand one thing. Oh boy. Oh. It's good enough. Oh no, I wrote it on the wrong layer. That's what happens. You know what? Let's just freehand this. Good enough. I did it again! Oh my... digital artwork. I thought I created a new layer. I swear. I did it again. Heck. It's fine. It's kind of crooked. This is what happens when you use up all the time doing line art. This is what happens when you, like, when you start drawing, when people start drawing, the first thing they do is, one of the first things they do is they keep drawing the lines over and over again until it looks perfect. And in the end of the day, It's all the little slight imperfections and things that you use to your advantage that makes the piece look interesting. But it doesn't apply to text. Text is a nightmare. How am I gonna do this? I guess we're just gonna put a white, make it look white instead. No, we're gonna do something else. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, you're drawing when writing? Both. They're one and the same. Writing when drawing and drawing when writing, actually. From my perspective. They're not different from each other. That's kind of the wonderful thing about wanting to draw. And then now we need to... Yeah, no particular order. I know you said you're drawing when writing. I'm also drawing when I'm writing as well. Like when I'm writing, when I'm drawing. Both ways. Like here, like these lines and stuff, that's me imagining writing instead of drawing. Like this stuff here, right here, it has a flow to it. Writing has a flow to it a lot of times. Drawing doesn't have to have a flow, like it could be chaotic. The reason why I like kanji and Hanzi, there's no redo when you're writing. Yes, there is. You write it again. There's always redo. You're talking about there's no undo. Redo is a very different situation, and there is still undo in writing. You write over it. I've done it before. So when you're drawing, right? When you're writing, this is a good example. I disagree with you fundamentally. So when you're writing like this, right? When you're writing like this, say you don't like it, right? You can use a different color. And redo it. And again. And again. This is what digital art mind tells me. In your head, in your mind, you're doing it again and again and again. So one of the things that I feel that I tell people a lot of time is how consistent you are. Like how often you do things, how much you practice things, not finite. So a lot of my art is not because I use undo. It's because I wrote over it. So like all of this stuff, they are layered. And that's what I mean by when I'm writing, I'm also drawing. And when I'm drawing, I'm also writing. Because you can practice in many different ways that show your progress. But when you think about when undo and redo, undo, I agree. That's why I try not to undo as much. When you undo something, you don't see it anymore, right? You don't see it anymore. In writing, people tend to see it, but I don't think it has the same effect. When writing, you're talking, people don't treat writing like drawing, because when they see this, they say this is good enough. But when they're drawing, when they're drawing, this might not be good enough, so they redo it or undo it. And that to me tells me how people view their behavior with drawing and writing. The reason why a lot of people stop drawing or never draw is because it's never good enough. So they don't want to start drawing because they picture things, they want things to be perfect or have to be good enough to be shown. Alternatively, I mean, ironically or coincidentally, one of the biggest advice or the most common advice among like professionals, like I'm not a professional artist, right? I agree with them though, is that you paint something and you keep working on it and you just keep working on it. And what happens is you have a history of all the things you've done on the canvas. Now you might be thinking, well, didn't you do a lot of things? I did. So digital art has a really wonderful thing where you can show what you've done beforehand. So I don't actually undo my things. I hide them. So here, let me show you the original the original sketch of where it started. I mean, I record things. It actually looked worse than this. So I not only do not undo my work, I record everything. So I can't undo it. Everything is posted. So even if I undo something, it is recorded for my benefit. So I've never really done anything that is gone. It's always captured. So writing to me is like drawing and vice versa, as with most things. So the vast majority of things are not done. This is actually what it started with. That's what it looks like. All I had was this. I scribbled around and I warped the thing. And then now it looks like this. So that's kind of why things are awesome. I love artwork. Yeah. Like you can see all the layers in the digital art. Now, in real art, when someone says real art, right, like traditional art, you might not be able to see that. And that's one of the things that people like about like traditional art. Which is when you paint something, you can't like undo it. You can't just take it back, but you can paint over it. And that's how I treat digital art. Digital art captures that too. The difference is you can choose to show some of it or all of it, and I keep all of it. Thanks to technology, obviously. Back in the day, this whole like thing with digital art and layering and coming up with a system and stuff, that didn't quite exist. But I only started really doing artwork 4 years ago. It's a fun trip down memory lane. What does your design, do you undo your design? I imagine when you're designing something, that's where you're getting the idea of drawing and writing, the contrast between drawing and writing and no undo button. I think that makes sense. Totally got you. Undo a stroke of kanji feels weird for you though. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's understandable. I don't think so. To me, that just screams like someone who's not used to drawing things. So like would the very nature of being able to find exactly where your flow is and where the cutoff is. So for example, when you're doing this motion, to me illustrates that you view the whole thing, you view the world, like the kanji, right? If you're doing this kanji, you view this as one thing. And that's interesting. That means this is writing, right? In my opinion, that's what writing is. When you see this as two different things, it's no longer weird. Right? So you can view art in that way. When you see an apple, do you see one thing or do you see many things? So, right, the apple has this part in it. It also has this part. It also has this part. And it also has this part. It may also have a shimmer. It has skin texture. Right? So all of the things, then eventually you have to populate all things in the drawing. But if you're drawing an apple and you're saying, what is the greatest, easiest way to draw an apple? You can probably just... And it'd be one stroke, right? You don't have to lift up your finger or anything like that. So, to me, I understand. I can definitely understand why it's weird if everything is put together in one way. Kind of like Legos, right? Kind of like Legos. I think drawing helps one appreciate the separate things and then putting together the things as well. So you can see the world as different pieces or as a whole. And that's really fun to do. It's kind of like imagining your life as months versus imagining your life as days. The days make up the months. So the strokes make up the kanji. It's kind of like the radicals, right? The radicals make up the characters, etc. And you can do both. So it no longer feels weird to do both. So you can like do this and then you can immediately see that it's two different things, because this could be a slide standing alone because you practice drawing, you practice this stroke and you practice this stroke too, which makes writing and drawing the same thing for me. It's pretty interesting. I think this philosophical discussion would be a great way to encourage people to learn to pick up drawing and artwork or design or something, and then also be interested in Hanzi, kanji, and whatnot, like characters. It works for the brain in both conceptual and visual things. I don't know if you do this with music, Jiao. Do you ever do this with music? So when I hear music, oftentimes it's fun to hear one track. So you hear one track, focus on one track, then you focus on another track, and then you focus on another track. and then you try to focus on 2 of the tracks together in harmony, and then find the tracks that are dissonance, but this is all one track. So that's another example of drawing versus writing. When you think of music, do you think of a song or a composition? If you think of it as a song, then it's one thing. Use everything, part, yeah, use to everything, part to whole. Okay, yeah. They're not, they feel the same, but they're not the same. I'm gonna be, like, I don't want to gaslight you into anything unintentional. These things are different because they have different words. So writing is different from drawing. The thing about doing both makes it so that you see the connection between the two. And that's kind of nice. It's one of those things, like, less things feel weird, but I kind of like feeling weird. I don't know if you like feeling weird every once in a while. So when I'm drawing most of my pieces, some part of the piece is going to feel weird. Like, for example, I really want to... Yeah, you learned that recently. You're trying to differentiate tracks. Ah, yeah. Differentiating tracks is a lot of fun. I enjoy saying, like, can you hear the bass line, right? Can you hear the bass line? The more I look at this character, I'm gonna redo this character now. And I'm gonna do it a different way. We're gonna use a line tool and imagine the whole thing as sharp edges, just for fun. So here's another way to look at the kanji, or the Hanzi. You can view it as, you can stylize it. I don't know how often you stylize things, but I do enjoy doing stylizations. So here's a stylization, I would say. So you just use straight edges the whole time. Like this. And then we do this. And just do a right corner. That could trigger some, bass always be the most tough one. It really is. Baseline is like the one that I typically refer to, because if you can pick up the bass line, it overlaps with the treble a lot of times because it's accenting and complementing the treble. I think this one's okay. This one looks fine too. There's something really nice about a straight edge. Although the middle part is kind of chonky, but we're not going to redo it again. I got to move on to my next prompt. All right. And let's add some decorations. Okay. I like the idea of black polka dots. So we're probably going to do polka dots by using a screen tone. Kind of like yesterday's. Oh yeah, I'm feeling the screen tone. We'll do it diagonally. Like this. I'm doing it this way. The lighter circles are going to be this direction. Because they're like B stripes. We're doing like B stripes, basically. I'm going to make them darker as we get down here. And lighter up here. Okay. Then we're gonna do some manual stuff. Right. You can totally design things with me if you want. Yeah, you can totally take the prompts and then design things with the prompts. You know? Design a stinger, like some sort of stinger. That'd be kind of fun. I did one of the Gecko mentioned about possibly doing it with this experimentation with music. Something very beautiful about lines, especially lines in a specific direction. I would love to see something in the future that you made. Okay. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, I figure I put in a lot of different lines. So that's one of my things that I feel artists kinda I like listening to artists talk about things because, like, for example, I don't know if when someone looks at something that I've made, right, and they are like, "Oh yeah, that explains that." Like, for example, I can explain things. Why did I use lines here, right? Like these specific lines. Because they are very pointy. And then why did I use stripes? Because bumblebees have stripes, although they technically don't. Just like their tail has it. But what do you mean design with prompts? So Inktober has prompts. That's what Inktober is. So each day, if you type in Inktober 2025, there's a prompt. Every single day, there's like a word that you're supposed to use, and then you can design things around. The idea is it has to have something to do with it. So this prompt, it had to have something to do with sting. That's all it has to do. And then I decided to do something that it must have as well on top of that. So it can be any way you do it. The idea is to encourage people to be creative about it. I think we're just gonna remove or brighten out the stuff. Whoops. One thing's really bittersweet about all of this is, or kind of bittersweet, the one thing that people talk about all the time, and it's constantly starting anew. Starting all that stuff anew, right? Okay. The border became a lot brighter than the actual piece, so that's kind of interesting. All right. I tried a bunch of things. We tried a bunch of things today. Some of it was pretty good. Some of it was kind of all right. And then some of it was not that great. All right. So what is this? Yeah. Day 11. Day 11. Today we actually started this on the 12th. Sting. Is that how you spell Sting? Well, that's how I spell Sting now. All right. So that's one down. We have 3 hours to do the next one. This took about 3 hours. I'm gonna take a break beforehand though. Very adorable. Very, very adorable. I was gonna make him pudgier. That's actually, I gotta remember to save this. There was one time I forgot to save. Or, yeah, talk about those nightmare situations. Oh, wait. Yeah, today's the 12th, right? It's actually almost the 13th. Or it is the 13th now. Yeah, by a little bit. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to take a quick break and come back for today's prompt. The 12th. Even though it's the 13th now. To make up for the one prompt I skipped because I was busy yapping, having fun. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go stretch, get some sugar, maybe some glucose, and prime for the last one of the day. Be right back. Thank you. You know, similar activities in China? Okay. I mean, I imagine it's similar, like, you know, everywhere. In some way, shape, or form. Alright, folks. Second prompt of the day. We just completed our 11th prompt. So, the new one. Let's get situated for the new one. You're gonna leave? Take care, Dao. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck, good luck. Hopefully everything's going well. Thanks for hanging out. Had a bit of a deep discussion, which is nice. Perhaps I'll have the privilege of seeing something you make in the future. Where is... Find my empty canvas again. Go back to empty. All right, so the 11th. Oh wait, sorry. The 12th prompt. I'm like, I feel like deja vu. I thought I was on. I thought I complete my 11th. The 12th prompt. So the 12th prompt is shredded. Now, I thought it would be really funny to draw a super buff red panda, like a shredded panda, a red shredded panda, but my thought was like it would be a nightmare. Like for now, like I'm not up to it in terms of stamina, so we decided to go with something a little bit more reasonable than a shredded panda. The last thing I want to do is try to make something look muscular, and my only thought was, yikes, I do not have the ability to do that yet. I haven't like sat down and looked at how to make things bulging and shredded. So we're gonna stick with a very normal looking mascot, right? The way I went about the background in the last prompt was, it was mediocre. I still don't like how the brush that I was using interact in the background. I saved a lot of time in the background though. I'm definitely saving quite a lot of time on background. I'm trying to think how I can kind of incorporate more things that I enjoy, or things that I gravitate towards. The whole line thing where I'm doing continuous lines where some lines are jagged, deliberately noisy and jagged. So I was going around experimenting like, oh, how do I do the outline of like random leaves? It could be like, right? So right, like I can go around doing something like this, or like how do you do a canopy with leaves? And then like, what do I think what's the flow of clouds, right? And then what are the flow of leaves or grass, right? So I was messing around with that in the last one, in the prompts. Largely because it feels kind of interesting to do it differently instead of trying to painstakingly draw each individual one. So I was trying to feel the composition. Like, how do you feel a river? Right? Something like this. Something like that, right? So I've been working on these for some time in the background. It's not very apparent when I do it, but I've been trying to get more flowy with doing more tasks at once. Or like, how do you draw, you know, a mountain with different weight lines? They can do something like and then this. Right, so you can shorten the weight, you can shorten the strokes, you can partial the strokes and then fill it in with color. And then it creates like a distance thing. So that's another thing that I'm working on. Things like tree trunks. I've been drawing a lot of tree trunks. So I don't know which way I want to start, but I feel like starting like this way instead. Right? So then you go back and you do this. Just work on your control. Right? And then you can probably bring another one here. Right? And then you like, so this part is darker than this part. And then even doing even more than that, you can probably make this side slightly darker. Than this side. So now it looks like you know which side is the darker side. So that's what I've been doing. It's like kind of like in the background. And I think the inspiration here is from people who do inking. Whenever you watch like those crazy people who do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, like it feels so precise. And if it's not machined precision already, there's like this really wonderful, when you're looking at someone, they're doing this, but they're also doing this, right? All at the same time, and it's pretty amazing. It's pretty mesmerizing to watch, where they vary their strokes and weight and speed as they're doing. I don't know how often people do it digitally, so to speak, but watching people do it on like traditional medium, I'm not going to do it on traditional medium. It's just interesting that I'm able to do some of this. I failed. I failed. last prompt, I failed to do this. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. I forgot like halfway through the process. I accidentally drew on the wrong layer. Okay. All right. Anyways, so many interesting things to do behind the hand. Anyways, shred. Let's do our sketch. This is the part that is easily the most difficult for me. The nice thing this year around is that I'm sticking to one subject, or I'm sticking to a consistent subject. And even sticking to a consistent subject, I still haven't really able to land on the proportions properly, despite how many times I've drawn the guy already. We had a really just a couple minutes ago, I had a really interesting conversation about there in writing there's no undo, or like, you know, when we were talking about Hanji and Hanzi, and my immediate jerk reflex was to say that's not true, because you can redo and undo things based on the medium. But then I realized there's other kind of feeling considerations for that. So I started talking about how obviously this would be an impasse between two people with different experiences, but the idea that one of the comments about writing is not the same as drawing per se, difference is because there's no undo or redo. But my thought was, because I'm more inclined to use different types of medium, you can undo writing, you can erase, or you can write over things. So despite that, drawing and writing ends up being the same, very similar things for me, because I like to break things down and build them up, as well as observe things in their emergent level. So it was a topic that I kind of wanted to talk about even more at length, but I am getting tired, so don't want to push my luck here. We're gonna stick to the primary, like, shapes. We're working on I'm working on my primary shapes. This is pretty much relevant to that topic about kanji and Hanzi, when it comes to the difference between writing and drawing. I legitimately do not feel or see the difference, largely because you can view things as part of a whole, or as parts of themselves. You can view like things as a whole or as parts. That's one of the brilliant things about humans and human ingenuity. They can take things apart and put them back, or at least they strive to. This time this proportion's pretty good. I know when I see after doing this a couple times, I know the proportions I'm looking for, but the execution of the proportions, oof, it's been hit and miss. All right. You can without a doubt, you can most definitely undo writing. I think the attitude of the person reflects a lot about whether they treat it as something acceptable or not. I brought up like the point. My point that I was trying to make was that writing a lot of times seem like there's no undo button, right? There's no redo button and whatnot, because I ultimately feel like the system, the environment, or the thought when people are writing is that it's sufficient. However, when you start to obsess over things, right, into the nuance of the details of the things, then you enter the area where undo and redoing enters the conversation. And that's the idea of perfection or thresholds. And I feel drawing has this like uncanny way of forcing the issue of perfection, and like many things are not sufficient. Meanwhile, writing has a little bit more leniency, and I'm not talking about if it does or not for everyone, and just for those individuals who compare like digital art with traditional art even, or drawing with writing. The idea is you either favor one or you don't favor one, and the idea is there's standards you set for yourself, and undo and redoing is a really big sign or a tell, at least to me, which one you favor. When you have a higher standard for yourself, then certainly not redoing things or undoing things, and then being able to do it without undoing is a point of pride or a point of differentiation. But I am not one who think of pride and hubris as a way to think about things. My writing, I rewrite and erase things a lot. It's part of the process. When I'm drawing, it's very much the same. Some people find a great pride and respect and skill when they're able to do that. Like, this is sketchy, right? If someone's able to do this with one stroke all around, that's amazing. That's cool. And that's why it varies, right? It was a really interesting discussion because it dealt with this aspect of, in what I believe, it dealt with an aspect where it prevents a lot of people. The double standard about drawing is what prevents people from drawing in the first place. Although, I feel like that conversation that we had might have been more due to not being familiar with what my process is like doing digital art versus like writing. How often do you erase? Well, in the sketch phase, I actually genuinely don't like erasing. I like capturing all the sketching part. Sketching part is it's dreaded. I dread. It takes a lot of energy out of me, but it's the part that I rarely actually undo anything. That's why sketching is the first step. And just start wiggling around, go in a general direction and see if you find your image. And then go from there. I don't know if this pose actually. This is the leg. Where do I put your other arm? Like here? Oh, yikes. I mutilated his left hand. Okay, I'm gonna erase this part though. Kind of distracting. Need to see what the hand looks like. I think that's okay. The reason why it kind of has an empty space is I want to put a bowl here. Let's put like a bowl here. Like this big. My running joke was I was gonna like draw a real an oversized bowl where the guy would be in a like literally swimming in the bowl, or figuratively, but a drawn to literally be swimming in the bowl. Yeah, the thing about undo, especially for digital art, is I feel like doing undo in the sketch process, like what I just did, like erasing, right? I do it seldomly because they have to be egregiously off base. But generally, my hot take here is I feel like when you have to undo or erase things, it's not actually taking advantage of what other things you can do in digital art. Now, is this bowl too far off? So if I put the leg here. Oh no, this is too far. It looks okay. Let's mirror this foot. That foot looks pretty good. Like there are a lot of tools that you can use in digital art that takes advantage of doodling. I mean, I actually, that is very similar. Maybe not the same, but very similar to some of the processes that I feel I watch other traditional artists do as a way to inspire them. Like here, everything looks pretty okay. And I still do the flipping thing, right? Like, although the flipping thing is something that I feel digital art is useful, and where you like flip the thing and see if it's okay. Like this cheek is a little bit big. This part is a little bit big. But other than that, it looks pretty good. That kind of looks a little tubbier, huh? I'm getting a lot better, or it's that's kind of a misnomer. I'm not really getting a lot better at the sketching part. It's more like I've de-rusted now. The reason this is the second prompt of the day. Usually the second prompt of the day is very noticeably more accurate because I've already warmed up. Ooh. Yeah, this arm is too far forward. Okay. We'll put something in the bowl. All right, let's do the digital art part, right? This part I enjoy quite a lot. You get like whoop. Yeah. I don't know if this is considered undoing to people. I feel like someone who like designs with technology would be like, nah, that's just modifying. You know, editing. This is considered editing. Okay, so there was something. Yeah, we need to flip this. I've gotten in a good like a more reasonable habit of flipping the canvas while trying to liquefy things. This turned out really nice. It's quite good. I'm kind of satisfied. Very, very satisfied. Maybe the head is still a little too squished. My initial drawing, the head is too squished most of the time. I think the feet ended up being pretty good. Let's make the front one a little bit bigger and the back one a little bit. Does that line up a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Alright. That went pretty quick. I like it. Looks good. It's fine. Daijoubu. Obviously he's supposed to be eating something. So that's kind of what I'm avoiding at the moment. I don't know how I have nightmares about this still. One of the years I tried to draw mapo tofu in a bowl, and it was very complicated, to say the least. You know what? It would be very cute to put like oh, now I'm no, we're not gonna do that yet. I just clean this up and then slowly work on the thing. So we just I think I've gotten my workflow for the sketch to the cleanup. So the cleanup is going to be a slight modification of the sketching. We're just going to use light things, light strokes. Capture the shape. And then I'm going to end up doing the final strokes later. I really like doing the end product, like the cleanup or the accenting. So we're gonna keep it very light this time around. I should write some of this down for next year, maybe. start with a more simplified cleanup sketch. I don't spend too much time making like crazy little edges and whatnot when I'm gonna do it later. But I have a better idea of what it looks like. Like this stuff, I don't even need to include that stuff. But kind of a habit at the moment. We got a pretty good workflow. I'll probably write this down somewhere for future reference. Just very soft. Go very, very soft. Okay. I'm just gonna... The foot looks kind of weird. It's fine. Okay. This is Bowl Nightmare. Bowl Nightmare. I do not have steady hands for this. That's pretty good. I imagine I don't need the back of the rim of the bowl. Probably that much is good enough. Okay. So this should be nice. Okay. That's what we're gonna do for the future. I quite like the first two steps. So first two steps. Excellent. This is where I would go and do a background. So let's try this background thing again. I like the idea of, I enjoy just throwing some color onto the canvas and then seeing where it goes from there. So do I do a flat color now this time? Or do I try the watercolor thing again? Huh. Let's save some. I could try different brushes. No. Let's do something different. By different, I mean it's kind of like a different approach instead. I don't want to move them down here. Okay. Right. Actually, this, and then maybe I have to make the tree slightly bigger this time because I accidentally cut out my tree last time. Okay. So don't want to obscure this, but let's save some time. I don't want to draw something. Or we can do it the other way, where I will figure it out afterwards. So nah. Okay. Let's that's a pretty decent thing I can use. And then this is kind of the part where I really enjoy watching people who do traditional artwork, because what they can do is they can go and find things around the household, or crumple up pieces of paper and then watch the media interact with each other. So I'm basically just seeing what's here. That's what I've been doing for a while. Obviously you can't see it, but it's on the bottom left. I'm just looking at stuff and seeing if there's anything that's interesting. I kind of want to throw onto the canvas and then make it work. Probably gonna use this. Okay. Maybe a little bit smaller. From the back, right? I kind of did this before, but now we're being like a bit more calculated. And leaving opportunities for me to, you know, come in and do some fun things. Too big. Okay. Uh. This is where I would get my get like a paper towel or something, crumple it up, and start dabbing on something. No. Maybe this is what I'm looking for. Oh, that might be it. Oh, that actually, that's pretty nice. I can start with. Oh, wait. This might be it. Okay. That's a good base for stuff. I think that's it. Kind of good enough. Have all my elements. All right. So, all right. I gotta draw thing. How am I gonna do this? This is actually the prompt. The prompt is what I'm gonna try to do now. Oh, you know what? We're just gonna be really light about it. Kind of funny. I was just doing this earlier, and it makes this part kinda okay. Oh, there, leg. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Thanks for asking. We're kind of working on our Inktober prompt here. Slipping into the void a little bit? Well, that doesn't sound incredibly healthy. How do you pull yourself back from the void? Other than that, sounds like more of a... That's the whole thing. Other than that, sounds like the other 5%. I really wanted to do Inktober, but the days sort of flew by. What's the prompt? The prompt is shredded. I was joking with myself, was thinking, wouldn't it be fun to draw a really shredded red panda? But I advised against myself because this is my second prompt of the day. Maybe we'll do a gag in the future, but it was not in the cards. I can only imagine the nightmare that is trying to create muscular definition for a red panda. What's my backstory with art? I started 4 years ago because I met someone online who was doing Inktober. And that no. Further back would be I started streaming about 7 years ago, and people were like, "Oh yeah, let's go buy emotes and let's go do the emotes." So I started making some emotes. Then I bumped into someone briefly who was doing Inktober. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "They're doing Inktober." I'm like, "Oh, that's great. I just joined the person." The person ended up not finishing any of it. They went like 6 or 7 days. We're not like, we're acquaintances online. So we ended up doing all of that, and then that was 4 years ago. So now we do it every year. And that's about it. I draw during these months. The Octobers of each month. That's about it. On occasion, when someone mentions something enough, I will go and make it. Do I? No, I don't. On occasion, when someone says like, "Oh yeah, this would be a great idea," then I would make it. Like we made emotes, we updated emotes and banners and stuff on occasion. But other than that, yeah. Largely don't do artwork outside of this month. This is the only time. So Inktober is pretty good because I save all my energy for Inktober. We're playing catch up right now because we're 1 day behind, largely because of other things I have to do. So we're on our second prompt of the day. This was earlier today. We did this one, but the prompt was sting. So that's what we had. Sting, a red panda, a red panda dressed in a bee outfit. That's the current consistent thing that I want to keep this year is the theme is cards. So we're making borders, cards, and then I language learn. So I learned Chinese and I learned to read Chinese and Japanese most of the time before this. So we're incorporating some characters that captures the essence of the prompt and then making it as like a flashcard thing. Because currently I'm using 2 types of SRS systems for that. So that's the current theme, the meta theme that I have. So eventually this is gonna look something like that, a combination of my things. Yeah, SRS is a space repetition system. It's kind of like a flashcard for language learning. Yeah. So space repetition. So I'm like using right now, I'm using WaniKani and HanziHero as my yearly project. My year project. More or less flashcards with mnemonics. Okay. I think that's good enough. We can start painting. Let's see. Let's color block this. I wonder if this thing is sensitive enough to pick up small strokes. Oh, it is. What the? It went rogue. Okay. What are you doing for fun? Like, what brings you over here? Other than the void thing. Flowing into the void. What the? What happened to the... What? Oh, was it not connected? Was that why it didn't do anything? Oh. Okay. Just need a rough outline. You do gaming and art for fun? You like to find peeps on Twitch, I see. So, what are you doing for art right now? You gotta see some famous marble sculptures today? Oh, what is that like? Are you traveling right now? Is that an everyday activity? What type of games are you playing right now? Or, like, what are you playing right now? Doesn't have to be a type. It's an exhibition in your city? Ah, I see. You're playing Valorant and the finals a lot? Just bought some games during a Steam sale? Ah, okay. Near? Near soon? Okay. Near Replicant or near Automata? They're both available. Or are you just doing both and you're starting with near Replicant? Alright. Let's guess some colors. Oh, I still have the colors here. Go with. Seems pretty good. Oh, you have no idea. I don't know what it's called. I thought it was called Replicant, but I just watched Blade Runner 4049 yesterday. I mean, 2049 yesterday, so I thought of Replicant, but pretty sure that's also the Nier game. Yeah. Nier Replicant was released recently. It's technically the prequel to it. Love that movie. I quite enjoyed it. Someone mentioned it and I forgot that I haven't seen it. So I watched that yesterday. Yeah, it's the first game. It got remastered. It got remade. Yeah, in Blade Runner 1982. Yeah. The Nier Replicant is the remake or like a remaster remake of it. Alright, let's go and do this guy up. Do the do. Oh wait, that didn't work. Okay. Alright. So what type of art do you do? What type of art interests you? Have you been doing art for quite some time? I am not an artist. So hopefully I don't consider myself an artist, nor do I do it like professionally or anything. There's no motivation other than it was fun. This is fun. And intellectual pursuits, probably for intellectual reason. I do this for intellectual enrichment. It's your main pet. You've been doing art your whole life? Oh, well, that's snazzy. What are you doing with it? Do you have any aspirations on what you're going to do with it? I have not been doing art my whole life. But there's a possible chance, like this type of art, like the art that we're talking about now, like creating art, probably less than 5% of my life. Other than just hanging out with people and trying to be loving. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been doing this for less than 5% of my life, probably. That's not to say that I wasn't involved in other things that deal with the creative process. So, while I haven't been doing this kind of thing for a very long time, I spent most of my life learning things. I was a scholar professionally. Professionally, I was a scholar. So one could say learning is what I've been doing most of my life. So whenever I do something or choose to do something, not the have to. If I have to do something, that's a different story. But whenever I choose to do something, it deals with the potential to learn something. You've come to the point of realizing you wasn't good enough to make it your job, so you went to business to get a stable job. I see. Do you like your business job, or have you started? Yeah, I was just talking about the whole good enough situation. You strike me as someone who's relatively young based on that comment. I was actually just talking about that recently, about creative endeavors where substantially young people, especially ones that grew up in the internet age, will come to that conclusion about being good enough in a creative capacity. Art is definitely one of them, or this type of art anyways. I grew up, like, I mean, I'm being a little presumptuous here, but you're probably one generation younger than me with the way you phrase things. With the goal to fund side businesses. I see. Right. Side hustles. Interesting. You're 22? Yeah, that sounds about right. You're slightly older than I thought. I was gonna place you at 20 years old. I study people. That's what I do now. I study behavior. Or I observe behavior anyways. I mean, it's not like I didn't do that when I was working as a professional. But usually I study young people. Because I wanted to be a teacher. I spend most of my time paying attention to young adults. Like what they want, like things that make them successful, like how can I help them kind of situation. That's what I spent most of my life doing. It was born out of my own ignorance and understanding of myself. Or the lack of understanding of myself. You're probably immature and you also don't care. That's unfortunate. What makes you not care about your maturity or immaturity? A person is defined by their use, in my opinion, of their maturity and immaturity. They don't simply become immature and mature like wholeheartedly. Kind of a very potentially, it's a common way to look at things nowadays, but seeing the world and life and decision as binary decisions can create an all or none feeling about life very regularly. Something that I don't typically encourage. Because it's sort of a stigma and doesn't define you. Underneath this, there is a truth to being mature, but do I look like that example on the outside? Perhaps not, and that is what you don't care about? That's fair. That is a very, without saying too much, that is a very youthful way of looking at things. That there are trade-offs to the way you look at things, and that is a very common condition for the other stuff. So I can appreciate that. It makes sense that that's the way you would look at it, because that would be a great way to negotiate the things you shared with me, like side businesses, realizing you're not good enough for the art, doing the art your whole life, and then that void comment and whatnot. It flows really well. I'm very used to having this discussion, or this type of discussion. If I had to be presumptuous about this, it also means that I have to adjust the way I share information or speak as well with you in this moment, because I'm actively adjusting the way I'm speaking, largely because I know the consequences of having a personality like that and interacting with a personality like that. So is there a lot of value in acting mature and seeming mature? Well, there's a value in acting immature as well. I mean, you're viewing the world, you're viewing people as binary switches. You should speak exactly as you want in your opinion. This is exactly what I want. I'm speaking exactly the way I want. Well, you're talking to someone who cares about other people. You just said you wanted to be loving, right? But you don't care about other people's opinions. If I had to be bold, that's oxymoronic. It's hypocritical. So perhaps one of the reasons why you have a self-contradiction is that you're constantly in a self-contradiction. One wants to be compassion, but also desires not to be compassionate. Understanding what other people, or learning how to express to other people your takes on maturity and immaturity, as well as listening to other people's perspective on it and internalizing it, is part of being loving. Perhaps if I were being direct, you meant that you want to be loved as opposed to being loving. Good point. You would like to be loving to everyone, but it is a challenge if they are choosing to demean you accidentally by upholding a life expectation you don't necessarily agree with. You can choose to disagree with them, for sure. But you can love people while disagreeing. You can. But you can't love people when you choose not to you can't genuinely love people without caring about anything they say. Like, you can disagree with them. Like, I'm assuming when you're saying you're disagreeing with someone, you understand their point of view while disagreeing with them, right? That's the idea. So, but what you're saying is you're projecting your point of view without understanding why it's important to other people, that being able to understand what maturity and immaturity is. You can love people, but you can still be ignorant and non-compassionate to them. That to me is more of a self-serving comment, where like you can choose to disagree with anyone as long as you love them. That's okay, and it excuses you from not needing to understand them. That's perfectly fine. Like, as long as you're happy and you're not like detrimental to other people, I have no reservations about that. Hopefully it's okay when people don't love you back because you choose not to understand them. Oh, you think the majority of your thoughts on this are completely internal? That's exactly what I mean. Yeah. I think that's really healthy for someone that share your point of view. And you have never had any real feedback as to if you offend anyone. It's not the goal. It's not the goal of what? That your goal is to never get feedback from people? That's interesting. Huh. Oh, you desire to have feedback, but you've never gotten feedback. It's not the goal to offend anyone. That's fine. I don't think most people's goals is to not be kind. Yeah, I agree with you. But I imagine most people are kind in that nature, or attempts to be kind in that nature. It's a really interesting topic. I talk about it a lot. The topic that we're talking about right now is the most common topic that I discuss about when I'm doing these things. This is largely just things you think towards your grandparents, old people in general, and fashion rules. What do you mean? Like, you always listen to yourself, and you all the decisions are made based on your own principles? Is that the more traditional old-fashioned rules? Is that what you mean? I don't actually know what your cultural background is. It would be kind of interesting to know what your cultural background is. You listen to key old people who have transcended the boomerish guys and can genuinely relate. You listen to them. You have many friends who are 40, 50, and 60. That's interesting. I don't see how age has anything to do with... Are you suggesting that age has something to do with maturity? I mean, it does. I agree with you. I'm not suggesting it doesn't. Interesting that you mention age specifically as opposed to people's experiences. Oh no. I was wrong layer. Well, yes. Fair enough. I tend to agree that age is one of the factors that deals with maturity. This all comes from you thinking you're 20 when you're 22. I'm like, I may seem 20. I suggested that, but I didn't suggest that you were immature. You're presuming that it has something to do with maturity. There's another erroneous way, presumption that you're making. I think that is correct. You said that. And you also implied that immaturity is something that's demeaning. Since you don't know me, and you don't know how old I am, you're making the assumption that somehow I also agree with you that being immature is demeaning. Being 20 is fantastic. In fact, I wouldn't mind being 20 again as a social experiment. I would probably say I'm the youngest I've ever been, while also being old in many ways. But the thing I was suggesting is people are immature and mature in many different facets, and they're very useful, whether you're immature or mature in certain things. Like, for example, art. It's fantastic to be immature in art because immaturity creates auspiciousness, intellectual curiosity. Old people, especially many individuals, I'm not saying all of the people, but a vast majority of people, when they become aged, they typically get older and get matured. And when they're matured, they're less immature. They have less youth. So intellectual curiosity slumps. There are exceptions, not the rule. There are exceptions for scholars, individuals who pursue enrichment in like discovery process and learning. Individuals who continue to learn as a profession tend to be more immature and youthful in their thinking. They may be biologically 60, but they might sound like they're 30 or 20. That's kind of the way of it. So before you continue to like also think that you're playing a game, perhaps reconditioning the idea of being mature and immature is not necessarily demeaning or condescending in a way. The idea is that your behavioral pattern is a social norm. So the fact is these are very associated trends. It's not to say that you are all of these trends, and they are neither bad or good. They're part of a continuum of someone's life. And I said we are of different generations, but your generation is not the same as my generation. So when I say someone's 50, that means something different. Like my 20s don't look the same, but the view does exist in the world, and you weren't singling me out. That's fair. But you're talking to me. So that's, again, I would say that's another trend of someone who does that, which is where you use language that is objectively outside of the person you're talking to, which is interesting. It's a way to deflect responsibility for your words and actions, or project whatever you believe is true and ignore and do not interact with the person you're talking to, which comes with the whole, like, in my opinion, it comes with the idea that most of the stuff you think about is entirely internal. So I understand that that's probably how you feel, and you're talking about how immaturity is considered a stigma. I recognized that earlier, and I was suggesting a counterpoint. But we can look out towards the concept together, like being something we both view. Yes, but that doesn't include the idea that you're ignoring the concepts that I'm introducing. So there's no togetherness if you have no reception or compassion for the other person's concepts. Synergistically doing things together implies that you are willing and open-minded enough, or transcendently the boomerish guys, be relatable, but you aren't relatable because you only have internal monologues and the majority of your thoughts are internal. So what I was saying is that I think you probably am good enough for art. The question is, I think you became too mature. Like, here's my counterpoint. I think you've matured too quickly about your art, and that's how you determine that you're not good enough. That it's the opposite. I feel like the internet has provided you with ample enough information in which the maturity and your outlook of the concepts that you have well in advance deterministically solidified your conception of your potential, which is evidence of maturity. So you're living a life in which people think you're very young, but you speak as though you're very old. And because you also hang out with a lot of people who are very old, perhaps that's where that comes from. At least in my opinion. You just view what was commercially available in reference to your stuff. Exactly. Yeah. That is very mature. That's a very mature way of looking at things. They weigh pragmatism over carefree, scholarly, passionate pursuits, right? So in fact, I actually think you're far more mature in that respect. You made a comment. I was right. It does suck to view things like that, but you had to make a choice. That's fair enough. I didn't pursue art either. I actually, when I was 20, I wanted to be a film director. And then a year later, when I was 21, I thought maybe computer engineering. This is to keep in mind. I'm 38, so I'm approximately 20 years older than you. And back then, technology was uncertain. So I didn't pursue computer engineering because it was not certain that computers would be the center of the world. Actually, the internet was barely a normal fixture in people's lives yet, and smartphones were in its infancy, right? Actually, MP3 players were coming into being. You wish you could have seen that evolution. It was very interesting. Digital art was very different too. I still remember when MS Paint was the only thing you had. Oh, I guess you can have Adobe, but Adobe could only take pictures and change like hues and stuff. In fact, the first pictures I ever took was not until the camera phone was introduced, which was the Moto Razr. It was the first one that I took a picture with, I think. Back in high school. That was the dumb phones, you know, the dumb phones. Talking about a funny retronym. Because smartphones exist now, we need to have a retronym to describe not smartphones. So the dumb phones. Now that we have dumb phones. You have many things to look forward to though, like AI. Every single day, right? Like every week there seems to be an article about AI. The fast-paced life, man. Internet hustle culture is fast. And I think one of the fastest way to maturity is trying to keep up with the internet hustle culture. You could kind of see, here's an interesting topic that I want to ask you. Do you think is a sense of maturity when someone knows how to slow down in a high-paced life? Do you think that's being mature or being immature? I often ask this of myself because sometimes I'm not quite sure anymore. Oh, lettuce should be a little bit. This? Yeah, that looks good. I wanted to also tell you that you don't need a lot of old friends. One is good enough to be mature. Some people could be mature without anyone, really. The numbers game is it's something that's pretty conditioned by our current society or current time on the internet. I should talk. I number and journal pretty much everything I do. You think it would be easier to be mature if you slow things down? If the alternative is going too fast and making mistakes? I agree. That's a very... But wisdom versus maturity, do they align? Not sure. Yeah, they don't entirely align. Hence why I ask that question to myself a lot of times. Sometimes... this is... the answer changes between generations. I think if we wanted to look at fundamentals, right? And I'm not a psychology, like I'm not a expert, right? I'm not a clinician or a professional. However, when it comes to what I understand about psychology, especially the portrayal of maturity, oftentimes one of the foundations that make this, whether wisdom correlates with time, fast, speed, the maturity often has an underlying foundation that happens all the time, like almost nearly in most humans. And that is that they have a solidified identity, a very strong identity. Maturity comes with identity. So if the internet hustle culture is a social norm, and this individual has a strong enough identity to violate the social norm, then it is an excellent way to indicate that they are mature and wise. So right now, the internet hustle culture is the social norm. However, if you find someone who is slow and steady, their identity is strong enough to not have to follow or be responsive to something else. So that's often viewed as a form of maturity. In my generation, when the internet hustle culture wasn't around, maturity is often dealing with the hustle. As in, you get to college faster, you graduate faster, start making money faster. So that ended up being associated with maturity because most people were not going that fast. Now, what happens if it lines up? Then it's harder to tell, right? Like, what if your identity just happens to be the hustle culture internet person? Well, there are other ways to identify if the identity holds up consistently. The question is, how consistent are your actions and your visions? The more consistent you become, the more likely you are more mature. And what comes with that double edge is that the more mature you become, the less and less flexible you become. You are set in your ways. You understand and have experienced most of what life has to offer, so you don't necessarily ever have to take in new information anymore. You don't necessarily have to listen to anyone. You can disagree with anyone at any time because there's no one you can gather more information from, right? You are truly enlightened. So in some ways, there's no propensity or pressure for you to ever have to listen or be told what to do by someone else. And that is one of the core foundations of human maturity. And I'm not one of them. So I am very much the opposite. I actually strive to be younger each day. Each day when I see someone do something cool and they tell me, this is really cool, it's like, oh yeah, let's go and do it. So that's kind of neat, despite being at the age of 38. When I was 13, I felt like I was 60. I grew up in a life where it was steeped in traditionalism. So my parents are Chinese. They are first generation Chinese. And I grew up in a culture that's different from it. So my life was reverse aging, like mentally speaking. So most of the time when I was young, I only spoke to older people. I was doing bills. I was thinking about college education, if I'm good enough to become a doctor. In fact, I was born knowing that I was good enough no matter what, because there's no choice. Like, I had to become a doctor. That is the way of it. So yeah, my parents were the closest thing because I have no parents, like no English speaking culturalized parents. I have Chinese parents, and those Chinese parents mean that my background makes me different from other people. So my friends are not necessarily people who I can connect with. So I no longer am viewed as young because the traditions of my parents are very different. And the traditions that they have are things that the Western culture view as being older. So then I was viewed as being an older person, right? Like, when does a 13-year-old care about budgeting for a college education at the age of 13? And then because they understand the budgeting of the age of 13, they know how to get a job at the age of 16. Instead of, like, I don't know, playing sports, doing video game. Like, I did play video games, by the way. So that's the most childhood-like thing. I use video games as a source of coping. So I coped with video game. Video game was not a form of entertainment. It was my ability to cope and understand behavioral patterns. Because friends are culturally barriered. Were parents older? What do you mean by were parents older? My parents are not that much older than other people's parents. Actually, other people's parents are about the same. They're about the same. Like right now, there's a 20 and a half, like 25-year gap between me and my parents. Like more bigger than that gap. You can relate to as far as chasing after budgeting and jobs very early. Well, yes, because there's a lot of coincidences that can happen when it comes to the stuff that I shared, the details that I shared. You're better with money you are better with money than the vast majority of people your age. That's fair. I can kind of I imagine that. The thing that probably would not be as Chinese first language. Technically it is my first language, and it's not really it's a dialect, you know. Chinese is definitely, it's the first language, but I grew up in an all English background, so I use English as my common language. My parents don't speak English though. Well, occasionally they try, but they don't speak English. So we still have to communicate in our first language. The interesting thing about my mother tongue is it's not taught. It's generally only spoken, and it's passed down by speech. I am learning how to read Mandarin though. Mandarin is the common language that my parents uses in case the dialect fails. It's safe to say there are more people who speak Mandarin than the dialect. I gotta teach it to my kids. That's an interesting thing. Here's a personal share. There's things about being more mature early on in your life that comes at the cost of compassion. You also relate to people less. So when I talked about like the act of compassion and relatability, I was actually not talking about you. I was projecting my own experiences, like learning what young people do and older people what they do, like focus on actually understanding their motivations and whatnot. That came later in life. So slipping into the void is a consequence of maturing beyond your age and not being like relatable and compassionate in a manner that reflects your biological age. So for me, it would be awesome to have kids. I would love to have kids. But at the same time, I'm a person out of my age and out of my social norms. So when I was a kid, it was about my career. And when I turned 30, now it's about being a kid. But the people around me, the people of my age and my generation, no longer participate in those things. Like, the people around me do not do art for fun. They don't typically play video games for fun. They do other things. They actually take care of their families and children that they have now. So that's kind of where I was gonna go to relate to you. Like, it's not very uncommon. I have this discussion quite often with younger people in their 20s because I lived those 20s. Not with the internet though. It's a coincidence that it happened. But there are things that are fundamental to human condition that repeats itself. And one of them is when you mature very early and you have a very strong identity, and you're unlucky, let's just say unlucky, that whatever you find as part of your identity disagrees with a lot of people, typically the thing I did was I learned how to exercise self-love. So increase self-love motivations and play the game towards those small chances. So like you take those small chances and you keep upping the small chances. So what are the chances that I'm gonna find an Asian American, right? A Chinese American, for example, who likes the extracurricular arts, that are in their 30s plus, who doesn't have a family already and has a complete pursuit of education in English, right? Like using English and this stuff. Very rare. But the idea is one has to build themselves up to be ready to seize those opportunities. You will take the chance, you're just hedging your bet a little bit more because you're not rich. Yep, that's how you go about it. At least in my opinion. That's working with what you have versus working against what you don't have, right? That is very healthy. And that I stand by my earlier comment. Like the things you're talking about sound like healthy coping and management perspectives on portraying someone who's more mature in those lines. So you have a pretty lined out set of features needed for a partner. That's an interesting question. I got this. I wanted to frame this in a way that resonates with what you shared with me. So I consider myself fairly, let's just say, if I had to be honest with myself, right? I would consider myself in my partners, right? In my partners, the way I approached it is, well, I have a very, with the lack of a better term, I believe the things that I do are very mature, as in they're kind of in their ways now. We have plenty of things. But one of the ways that I've dealt with this, right, when I was a teenager, to become more, to raise my chances, you know, hedging my bets, is that I start working on myself. So that means that when I was a teenager, I didn't listen to people. I knew what was right. My parents knew what was right, so I pursued those things, right? So when I got older, you know, when I was outside the nest, I left the nest at 18. I worked on myself. That's how you start, because that's the thing you do. If you're mature, you're always working on yourself because you only trust yourself, right? So in the act of working on myself, I've acquired lots of skills. Now the thing is, something different changed. I got lucky. I met friends. And now here's the thing. If you spend a lot of time working on yourself, you get used to being immature. So because of that, now at the ripe age of 38, the features, I skipped a lot of steps, but the features that I need in a partner is summed up in one word: agreeability. And that's it. Because Because for me, after doing this, I'm the most immature person I can ever think about now. Pretty much anything is fair game. If the person wants, like, if a partner believes that it's easier for me to meet the partner's list than the partner meeting my list, because I don't have one anymore. There used to be one, like when I was 18. I'll tell you what my list was when I was 18. And that did mean that despite having people who were interested in starting a relationship with me, I was too mature for that, right? I had too many demands. I had too many needs, right? When I was 18, the idea was this person had to go to college. They had to go to my college. They also have to become doctor, right? They also have to be someone who can take care of children. These are all projected by my parents because they are traditionalists, right? I don't know better, right? I'm a kid, so I inherit most of the mature responsibilities from my parents. I trust my parents unconditionally. This is part of the Chinese traditionalism, right? So, my partner has to be smart, right? They probably can't be taller than me. Doctor and taking care of children simultaneously is a tall order for sure. Yeah. It's because that's what happens when you think idealistic. This is idealistic. This is what happens when a kid is informed by adults who only project, like unconditionally project everything that they want. And for the record, it's not being in a doctor and a kid at the same time. You have to remember that this is talking about the rest of the life of the person. So they can be a doctor and then they can have kids. They don't have to be a doctor and kids at the same time. It's not simultaneous. This is a list of across the lifespan of someone. So this person has to be educated. That's the doctor thing. Smart. Financially frugal. I can throw in some cultural things. They have to have a good family. A noble line. Like a good name, basically. A good name. These are all things that what happens is when you mature early and you adopt all the situations of your previous generations. I'm not saying this can't still work out. This is assuming that the society you live in doesn't change. So your parents, right? I owe everything to my parents. The idea is that they're doing their best, and what they can do in their best when you're talking to 40s and 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds, you have to also assume that when they are incredibly wise and mature, sometimes they can also be not very receptive to changing times. So all of these things, most of these things do not occur simultaneously anymore in my generation. Not only that, I didn't grow up in China. I grew up in the United States. And the vast majority of people don't even have these things considered as their features. If I want to contrast, which my parents I will tell you some very real responses to these whenever I say these things to my parents when I was younger. I don't normally say these things anymore when I'm older. For example, one of the top things is why is my pen so big now? one of these things on the top list of the society that I live in, I grew up, not the society that my parents grew up in, right? They immigrated after their teenage years. They were in their 20s when they emigrated to the United States. So one of the things is love. Love would be the first thing. Next would be something like physical attraction. And I grew up without any of these things. I did not like it. In fact, I'm not even quite sure if this is still there. Like I have a different variants of love, but when I was younger and 18, these are not things I think about. You do not think about these things. You think about money because, like my parents would suggest, you can love someone, but it doesn't help pay the bills. You can be physically attracted to someone, but they could be stupid. That's what happens with brutal maturity. Now, hear me out. That's because my parents understand what works during their time. So I have to be respectful about that. And this is only in retrospect, by the way. When I was a teenager, those were my priorities. My priorities were, is this person educated? Are we going to the same place? If I'm aiming at a top school, is this person also going to a top school? Those are the things that I know when I was a younger person. This is before the internet. One of the major sources are the people who are older than me, right? My friends, on the other hand, they were falling in love because of physical attraction. They were spending money on themselves. So when you say like you're good with money, right? Spending money, I was saving money, right? I was saving money. Now, here's another fun little social societal change. The difference between me and my parents when it comes to being good with money is that I also know how to spend money. Because society has changed, and I grew up in the United States. So while they're saving money, I'm doing both. I'm doing more than saving. I'm also investing. So that's something that I learned by being young and immature, and I even took risks. I took risks to learn from those risks. If I followed my parents' ways, I would not have changed from their ways. And that's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's more of an appropriate thing in understanding what the realities are in the society that you live in. So being mature means that you've lived your life long enough in which you have to minimally change anymore. And when you're minimally changing, that also means that if something is antagonistic towards you, life can get a little sad and a little bitter and a little lonely. Cue the meme about the "get off my lawn, kid" meme, where a person is just disgruntled at all the changing times. That's a human condition that I can share most of the time. The human condition is there are pros and cons about being immature and mature. And one of them is if you're maturing very early and you just happen to be a guy or a person, right, that happens to disagree with most things that are going on, there are ways to help with being happy and being successful. But those ways might not be in agreement with people who think they are doing it for other reasons. Like, for example, being mature fast doesn't necessarily mean that people will want to be around you, right? Being good with money doesn't mean you're good with love. Being physically attracted to someone doesn't mean that they trust you. That's those are the fun, interesting dynamics. And yeah, it is pretty brutal, but that's how my parents interact, and I still appreciate them for it. Like, the sense of enlightenment. There's another element of being wise and being enlightened, and not, necessarily brutish and zoomerish about things. And that is when you look back on your actions and all the things you chose, you only do better each day, regardless of what paths you've chosen. And you learn to appreciate not only the things that are happening during the period in the present time, you also appreciate most of the things that happened in the past, whether it was missed or not. So I wouldn't be able to say all of these things and understand the value of these things if my parents didn't do these things. So I can't have this conversation right now or be able to do art in my late 30s and have very little concerns about my financial security at the moment, because with my parents' knowledge, I was also able to gain knowledge from other people to be successful and adapting it to more than one circumstance. So if you're happy right now and you're constantly improving yourself or self-improving yourself or improving yourself through the inspiration of others, that is a win. That is what happens when people are successful, not when individuals perceive a fixed recipe. The fixed recipe approach is that you move to an environment that fits that recipe. So if being super confident and never learning and always sticking to your ways, hopefully you find an environment, you change the game, you change the environment to match your advantageousness. And that would be something that I would probably share as a friend. Like if someone refuses to change their ways, but they are kind, change their environment to suit what they are set in their ways. So my parents can retire and still have all of these values because the environment that they are in now and the age group they are part of embraces those things. I don't. So most of my friends and people that I interact with on a regular basis are younger than me. They're not older than me. And that's a reflection of the reality that I sound a lot younger and immature than most mature people, right? Like people of my age. So what's a great way to illustrate that? Streaming on Twitch. Asian Americans, if you're gonna find an Asian American, they're probably in their 20s. And they're probably multi-generational. Streaming on Twitch, especially like Twitch, which is Americanized. I think you underestimate how much sillier you could get. I don't think so. In fact, I think you are overestimating. But we won't disclose those things. Not for, that's like in my bags of tricks. So for now, that is how I want to talk about the whole maturity thing. You chase that. If you chase that, hopefully you find some enlightening periods, right? Enlightenment. I think enlightenment is not the same as maturity and immaturity. Or a counterpoint, I don't think they are one and the same. In fact, a lot of times they're almost antagonistic to each other. Enlightenment suggests that you understand the nature of most things, or strive to understand the nature of most things. not to write off and bias yourself towards things. Right? So if you're immature, how do you get it to work? I think an enlightened person would think of that and focus on that for the rest of their lives. If you have lemons, how do you build an industry around your lemon? Right? I feel that is the indicator of being an enlightened person. Right? How do you talk circles around a topic that no one cares about? Enlightenment. This was a really fun little digression. And I appreciate your ear. I appreciate having your ear. So what does a 23-year-old... Wait, did you say 23 or 22? 22. What does a 22-year-old do as a business? Are you in business or are you studying business at the moment? You think there's a lot of things going on at the same time, such as the difference between what's going on around you versus what is going on within you? That is a irrefutable axiom. So yes, I agree. I think that doesn't say very much to any of the conditions, but I would have to agree with you. That's like saying there's a lot of things going on in the universe, and so there is. And I agree with you. There are a lot of things going on in the universe. You're studying, okay. Seeing that you're planning on things, do you have any plans on what you're gonna do in terms of the business side of things? Alright, I'm gonna start rendering this guy out now. You're saying there are differences between how your maturity is perceived and what your internal journey? That's also saying the same thing as there are differences because one's internal and one's external. So I agree with you. Again, another irrefutable statement. Another irrefutable statement. So I agree with you. I can't add any more to something like that. That's like saying the sky is blue to the perception of person who perceives the sky as blue. You do not have any businesses right now. But I'm talking about planning, right? Your foresight, right? Using your foresight. What do you study in business, actually? I'm not entirely sure what studying business is like. Can you tell me something about something you are studying? You're not trying to create very simple statements. You're simply saying there is much to discuss within this topic, whether terminal, PR, internal, cultural, or you're a marketing and finance major. That, again, that doesn't tell me very much what you're doing. Your other statement, you're not trying to create very simple statements, but those are simple statements. So I'm asking, I guess I didn't quite ask, what is your point you're trying to make? You haven't made a point. You simply stated a lot of irrefutable comments. Your tone is missing. That sounds like an excuse for not explaining. Like, what do you do in marketing and finance? What did you learn recently? Is there anything that piques your interest in terms of you don't really have any disagreements or agreements after what you said? Okay. I'm neither informed nor enlightened by what you said. Marketing is your favorite? Is there any particular aspect of marketing that is resonating with you? Like the last statement that you said, you don't really have any disagreements or agreements. That's kind of like saying, I hear you, but I don't hear you. And I see you, but I don't see you. It's like, okay. So I'm not entirely sure if that helps me with anything other than I guess I will agree with you and not disagree, like agree and not agree with you at the same time. Just trying to get to know you a little better, I suppose. The goal of marketing was to end up with a job that you can flex your creativity. Huh. Intriguing. How many business is business available to do creative stuff? I don't actually know how flexible business is with creativity. From my anecdotal understanding of how business works now, it's highly pragmatic. Like it's exceptionally pragmatic and data driven. Marketing agency. I see. Be happier in a job because of it. That was the funneling system that ended you in business. I see. How competitive is that? I imagine that's pretty competitive nowadays, right? I don't work, by the way, so I'll give you a personal share that isn't agreement or disagreement. I don't work. Like, I don't have a professional job at the moment. And probably something that would be very worth contributing is I don't have an aversion to working either. Actually, I quite like working when the opportunity presents itself. Alright, let's get to rendering. Don't think we're gonna have the amount of time, so let's do the same. Be a little bit more exacting. I look forward to seeing what you do in the coming years. I imagine you're pretty close to the end of your business education. This is provided that it's understood there is a future opportunity to share what becomes of your business education. You're in your last semester. It's hard to say what your favorite things within business are. Probably just anything creative and marketing. Everything else, if you really look at it, is a means to an end. Oh, okay. Well said. That is certainly fair. Fair way to look at it. Last semester. Does the place you study give you any form of placement? Like potential placement or work? If you truly boil it down, you came to marketing because you wanted to do a creative job. Ah, got it. Well, marketing certainly is one of the places for a creative job. When being someone in marketing, what are your thoughts? Do you have any particular thoughts that are recurring when you're online? Kind of like more specifically, this would be the question. You know how when someone becomes a professional, another person from outside, like a stranger, would do this little fun exercise where they ask like, oh, so what do you think media portrayal and social media portrayal of what you do, like what are your commentaries about that? So typically it's like insert the person sharing their professional background and then asking them in the context from an outsider perspective. So a fun little question that I get asked a lot of times when I was still a professional, right, was that, what do you think of all the mad scientists that are depicted in dystopian science fiction? And there would be a lot of talk about that, but I don't have a particular example in mind at the moment. But let's just say the genetics part is, there's a lot of good fun comedy in it. Because you had decided you weren't good enough artist because of your analytical mature brain. Rude, just let me be a happy little guy. I see. So are you still holding out? Like, what I mean is, maybe the marketing job can still elicit the possibility of adapting whatever artistry you had for most of your life, you know? It's interesting. Here's one thing that I do feel that's a little bit different between you and I at the moment, currently at the moment. Maybe this would be a fun little contrast thing. When I do something, I don't often think about whether it's good enough. I often think about what I can do with it. So then most of the stuff that I think about is regardless of if I'm good enough or not, the more things I learn, the less and less it'll be replicable. Unable to be replicated. So if I've done art at one point, those art skills can be innovated to whatever I choose to do next. So as opposed to deciding the idea of abandonment or a waste of time or paying less attention, I actually end up double downing on things despite being told I'm not good enough. Like, doing art I'm not good enough to do art alone. But I can most certainly take that art and do something else with that art. Then it no longer becomes just art. So hopefully your marketing thing becomes that. It's not just marketing, it's also all your art skills. Which is fantastic pivot, if I do say so myself. and very indicative of an enlightened person, or soon to be enlightened person. Enlightened persons synthesize their life experiences. I don't necessarily think they compartmentalize their life experiences. So, like the story I told you about why I'm doing Inktober, there's a lot to it. But I was simplifying it because there's there's a lot of story. You want to make you aware I do not harm my art by this past decision. And if I don't, I'll trudge through a boring job until you achieve what you want. Oh yeah, then there you go. It's not the top of your mind and you have surpassed yourself since then. Oh, okay. That's good. I love to hear that. That sounds very healthy. In my opinion, like personally, you get a golden, like, that's way to go. I genuinely believe that is something that very few people in their 20s can overcome so quickly. You do not view your art as overall not good enough? That's fair enough. The point that I was making is I don't even consider that as a dialogue to have too often. If, like, for example, if it's not good enough, then make it good enough. But we're not talking about competing in the same ring. You know, not competing in the same ring. Sometimes when someone says, "Oh, but your art, it's never going to be good enough," it's like, according to whose rule? And hear me out. You have to understand those rules, right? When someone says, "Oh yeah, because you're not doing traditional art, you're doing digital art, so you can never be good at traditional art." It's like, yeah, but those are different rules. I don't have to play by those rules. It's like, but these digital artists are really good. It's like, but I'm not only doing digital art. It has to be by my rules. So you keep stacking the deck. You keep hedging the bet with you. You know, with the things you do, as opposed to worrying about how it's necessarily only compared to the thing that people choose. So sometimes you don't necessarily have to all, like, 100% play by the rules of people who want to gauge you, right? So that's very appealing to that statement you made earlier about still, despite having disagreements with others, a lot of the decisions are made internally. I do agree with that. That does line up with maturity, by the way. And for myself, I'm like, yeah, like, oh yeah, here's a question that I get a lot when I'm doing art. It's like, oh hey, do you think that AI is going to replace art? And obviously this is a person who haven't said hi, introduced themselves, or even understand what I'm doing. So the inclination or the implicit presumption is they're talking about the nature of the thing I'm doing being replaced and becoming obsolete. So it's not worth doing it anymore. That was the inference behind that. Because they themselves, later I discovered when I asked them, they also claim to do art. Now this is where it gets interesting, because I asked him, what do you think doing art is? Because I decided to explain what doing art means to me. And there's a big difference between making art and doing art. So this person was talking about making art so that it can sell. But the thing is, I spent the next 2 to 3 hours explaining why I do art, not make art to sell. So that is, in my opinion, one of the biggest differences between someone who is enlightened and mature versus someone who is inexperienced and immature, right? So if you're inexperienced and immature, you are incapable of empathizing with someone who is experienced and enlightened. That doesn't mean they're bad people. they're genuinely, maybe they're being a troll a little bit, but that doesn't mean they're not insecure about their own future, right? They're not bad. They're young, and the person is young. So they're worried, right? They're concerned, and sometimes you use humor or trolling to try to communicate your own insecurities because they believe that they have their doubts that AI would replace their art. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. It's being created first and foremost for the sake of being created. Yeah. Actually, I actually paraphrased. The first, I aggressively responded by one comment. They said, they asked, and I quote, I think this is the, do you think AI will replace art? Those are the exact words, right? Like, do you think AI will replace art? And my first answer immediately, it was at the end of my prompt, like around in another 2 hours. I told him it will never replace the human experience. And then I asked them, what do you think doing art is? Because art is the human experience. So if you have AI replacing the human experience, you have no human experience. So it can't replace that. It's like antithesis. It's literally saying if you're cold, then you are also hot. It does not replace the human experience. And for someone who, this person then continued to say, oh, I'm not hating on art. I do art, right? Like, I do art, and I also play guitar. And I'm like, are you sure you're saying you make art and sell music? Like, or produce music? Because those are very important concepts to understand my answer, my response to how AI cannot replace the act of creation from a human experience perspective, because the story is absent. And then of course, I'm not saying AI won't replace art in terms of money or pragmatism or objective throughput. Like, AI is going to produce art at a rapid rate, far humanly possible. Those are facts. But there is also other facts. If you don't do something, you have no experience. And the first thing to capture about me is I didn't do Inktober because I think I was going to sell my art. I'm doing Inktober because I can. Because I'll tell you the story of why I'm doing Inktober. That is the idea. Like, the thing I'm selling is the story, not the final product. So when someone goes around and say, oh yeah, why do you run every day when you can just drive to the grocery store? If you're not enlightened or mature enough to think about that, you don't have to, as long as you're happy. This person didn't strike me as being very happy. So that's when I try to talk about other things, like try to phrase it and talk about it and listen, deconstruct it. Because again, much like you, I want to echo, I do want to appear like I'm loving and understanding. It does come with asking you a lot of questions, talking at really long times, spending a lot of time to understand each other. That's part of loving and being compassionate. But this person kind of just fell by the wayside after a while, obviously. I don't think the person was particularly happy about hearing that you don't have to worry. Keep doing the things that make you happy and try to improve and deal with the things you have to do. Right? And that's the best you can hope for someone. Oh yeah, it's okay. Like, this happens. The conversation we are having right now, that's a social norm for me. It's largely why my streams are very long, and not necessarily dealing with skill building. I'm not making oh, this person made a comment. I'm not painting a Picasso right now. That's basically what that person said. And I quote, that person's like, "Yo, chill out, Picasso." And I'm like, I don't think you understand what I just said. The whole point of my comment was that it wasn't about the quality that you see at the end of the art when compared to millions of people. It's about how you did it. And as far as I know, there aren't a lot of people who even know how Picasso did it. But Picasso's not here to show you how he did it. I'm just saying. Kind of unfortunate if you don't value your own life and the things you choose to do. Anyways, yeah, that's a personal share of mine. I hope you get to do that. I look forward to hearing how all the things come together. With a very long-winded segue. It will be a very cold day, or it would be a very unfortunate day when I tell someone that they should be greedy about their life and keep aiming for more than less. You know, Picasso said it took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, but a lifetime to paint like a child. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, that quote. Yeah, that quote right there is fantastic. Oh man, that fits so well with maturity. Maturity and immaturity. Ah, enlightened folks. We gotta love it. Timeless. I'll have to remember that one. I don't use that. I haven't used something like that in quite some time. The example that I have for this is I can draw, you know, I can draw some interesting objects, but boy howdy, I can't draw anime girls. And then, you know, someone's like, "Oh, of course you can. All you have to do is practice. All you have to do is practice." And I'm like, "But listen, you have to understand. I don't want to." That is the enlightened part. I don't have stories that I want to write and tell about anime girls. I can tell other people's stories, but at this point, why do art if you have to tell other people's story? It's a bit of a stretch. I stretched a little bit for that one, but anime girls are in vogue, so I figured I'd throw that in for a little bit of humor. You have drifted from precise digital art to damaging brushes with the force of your hand, and you have gone more physical. I have gone yeah man, like here's yesterday's prompt, right? This is me trying to be precise, and I'm like, nah, it's not happening. It kind of just turned into chaos after a while. Like, it's like, nah, I don't have time for this. Time to scrub. I just aggressively scrub everything. That's me. I learned to draw more like a kid, you know, just aggressively scrub everything. It's my favorite part. It's near the end of the prompt. So I'm like in my favorite part Anime girls aren't needed per se, but can't hurt. Yeah, so you come up with a plan like this, for example, this one. There was a plan. I had a plan, right? I had a plan, and then it turned out I simply like to use a pen. A pen, and I just wiggle my hands. Oh yeah, it's part of the theme. One of the meta themes for Inktober was having a red panda as a subject. It is my mascot, so that's one of the themes. So it has to sport a red panda, but you know, we use different mediums. Like this, I tried to use a marker. Right. There are two subjects in this one. Now we have the big brother panda, you know? But yes, it ends up becoming like you bash it. What are the symbols? So this is the Japanese and Chinese symbol for heavy. So omoi with the e at the end is heavy, and zhong is heavy. The prompt is heavy, by the way. The prompt is heavy. It's supposed to symbolize one of the reasons I chose cards is because, again, I'm learning to read traditional Chinese and Japanese this year. So I'm using that flashcard system that I mentioned earlier, right? So all of these all the meta theme is that it's going to be represented as a card, like a playing card. And then I'm doing horizontal, like vertical stuff. And then I'm including the character that both Chinese and Japanese captures the meaning of the prompt. So they're not always one-to-one. This one is kind of like sting, but it's the act of stinging something. So like piercing, stabbing stuff. So that's why I drew, you know. And then when I think of sting, I think of a bee. But usually I think of bees as friendly. So I like a friendly bee. And that's usually how I think about things. I think about positive things. I don't usually think about negative things. Like this one. This one's reckless. The prompt is reckless. The character that I used, the meaning is chaos. This is chaos in Chinese and Japanese. Typically, it has a feeling of chaos. So anything that's attached to this character deals with like riots, violence, carelessness, recklessness. However, this is as reckless as I'm gonna get. So I'm not gonna be drawing like a car crash or setting things on fire. We're talking about youth. You know, you spend a lifetime to draw like a kid, right? You might as well also relive some youthful kid memories. I've never done this when I was a kid. Just for the record, I think this is insane. I am not one that likes to, like, you don't do this. This is actually reckless. I thought this was reckless when I was a kid. You know, where people like to jump into puddles and stuff. It's like, what is that about? I did do it as an adult though, but in a very specific reason. I used to like run obstacle courses. So I did obstacle course runs. They're called Tough Mudders, and I did this. I basically ran in mud and climb walls for recreation. So, you know, you ran for a marathon length and then you climbed and does that. You've done one? Yeah, nice. I did one every single year until COVID, and then everything stopped. So now I go outside and run each day, each morning. Stories. This is what I mean. Yeah, mud runs they call it. Yeah. There are different mud runs. Tough Mudder was like like the breakout success. And then there were others like Spartan runs. I did one Spartan, and then like there was one that was like Viking themed. I forgot what it's called. But they're international, and every like country also has like their version of it. It's kind of like military obstacle courses, but with a splash of family fun, right? Stories. That's why I chose this prompt, by the way. Like why this prompt looks this way. Costumes. The reason why this person's in a costume is there was only one time in my life that I've ever wore a costume for Halloween. And it was a ninja costume. Or it was a makeshift ninja costume. But largely, we don't trick-or-treat. Like, I don't wear costumes or anything like that. So, I decide to draw something with a costume. This one, the reason why I chose a shredded lettuce as opposed to being shredded is I typically think about health and fitness. So another way to say shredded is, you know, shredding something. But I chose the salad bowl because I'm terrible with anatomy and I can't even imagine what a buff red panda looks like. So we'll not do that. But eating salads, red pandas are largely herbivores, but they can be carnivorous. And that's kind of the reason why this guy's eating a bowl of shredded lettuce. I have thought about what else could be shredded, but usually lettuce is shredded, so we do that. You might be there's also a fun little thing. I keep drawing like the nature backgrounds, but every single nature background has been taking a different approach from start to finish. So I'm like cycling around different approaches to painting, like to rendering the same thing to see if I can do it differently. You think there's a lot of value in creating a very positive drawing, but you think that does reflect a healthy mental state. You draw a lot of dark themes because it's a therapy for dealing with the thoughts and imagery you have, but you don't desire to create a senseless image or to glorify what it is made. It is sort of just a receipt for your brain in that moment in time. I can show you something that is dark but positive. I feel like oftentimes adversity is misconstrued for negativity. Because overcoming adversity is also a dark theme that is very uplifting. So here's one from a previous I forgot which year it is. Oh, here's one that isn't very positive per se. But it's funny juxtaposed by what it is. You just give this disclaimer for if you ever saw your art. I see you mostly keep those. Yeah, like this isn't happy. But it has a positive story behind it. This was back in 2023. Yeah, my neighbor Red Pantoro, yes. And the juxtaposition is obviously, I love the tiny umbrella. I absolutely enjoy the tiny umbrella. In fact, the reason why this came up is I was thinking about putting a lettuce on top. You love those eyes. Yeah. Here's one. The darkest one that I can think of is let me see if I can find the darkest one. Maybe it's a little bit of a projection of my... I talked about my past with burnout, right? Just the idea of burnout. I feel like it's probably... Heck. Was it my first Inktober? It actually might be my first Inktober. No. Inktober 2022? Oh yeah, here it is. Alright. Yeah, this one. The prompt was match. So this was 3 years ago. This was 2022. The prompt was match. And the reason why I drew this was I was trying to describe my professional life. The life when I burned really brightly, and it felt like burning at two ends. Burning at two ends while on a rocket ship towards the sun is what I said. And you survive and you learn from it, right? So this was like doing during this year I had a really big fascination with doing inverted things. So lots of white being the thing and black being the back. And there were like other fun ones during the experiments, like earlier days it was all about getting the references in, you know, doing like silly memes and references. I think the one that people get a kick out of is probably this one. Oh, where is it? Was it really the first year? Oh man. I think first year was... Oh, it was pretty wild. My first year theme was different. The meta theme. There you go. This is one that people have a fond reception towards. I was doing an art study on the Daijobu. Explain. You know, it's the it's fine thing, right? Daijobu, that meme where things are fine dog, that comic strip online. You're okay with that, right? Yeah, this is fine dog. Well, this is Daijobu. Are you familiar with the Daijobu Twitch emote? Daijobu is this is fine. It's okay in Japanese. So this anime girl, this like Daijobu desu. That's like it's fine. And this is, are you familiar with Sour Patch Kids? I'm not sure if Sour Patch Kids is like universal candy or something, so you could be from a different country. But this is Sour Patch Kids. So they're melting and it's sour, okay? Have you figured out what the prompt is yet? So, and then this face. Oh, you're from the US? Okay, cool. That's good. That's good info, because then I can use like US reference things. So, do you know of an album cover by someone who's very popular? And we have to think about it from, this is 2021. So there's an album cover. Oh, it's Sour. Olivia Rodriguez, you got it. And do you know what the prompt is? It's sour. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I didn't know how to show sour, but you know, it's fine. Sour plus this is fine, yeah. I mean, this is fine, right? Yeah, that's the meta joke right here. What? Like seriously, I'm not gonna draw a sour face. So you know, you have Sour Patch Kids, Daijobu, right? That's it. That's what we did. And it's kind of more of a 3D take on it. The original comic is the original image is a little bit more flatter. I was just messing around. But yeah, good stories. You love the fire. It looks like painted wood. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I was a little obsessed. I got obsessed with hard shadows, so I made everything like 2.5D. There's a really hefty time when I did everything like this was my lighting arc. So I did lighting. I did a lot of different types of lighting situations. Because young. Like for example, here's one. This was from the same year. This was when that friend was still painting. So this is the first year, and the same year that I started Inktober with the acquaintance online who since gave up. It's Spark. The idea was Spark. Yeah. You know, welder. You have an Instagram, by the way. All right. DM me it. DM me it. I'll take a look at it in the evening, and then like soon. I have to finish my prompt, but I'll take a look at it, and we'll talk about it in the future. I mean, there's still the rest of Inktober, so we can talk about art at any time. Yeah, feel free. This is what art is about. And then I'll probably ask you about one of the pieces, like the story behind one of the pieces. I love hearing stories. That's one of the best parts about having a living, breathing artist around, you know? As for the stories, like what can you tell me about this story? The story behind this piece. Alright, I do have to complete this though. In like the next 2 hours. Supposed to keep these within 3 hours. All right. 3 hours of actually working on it, of course. Not including the times I make for conversation. Good conversation. All right, let's... Oh, you know what? I could turn the other way. All right, we're gonna make the light source easier so I don't have to bend over backwards. At the museum, you saw all these paintings, but no backstory. The only time you may have the backstory is while the artist is still alive. Everything else is pure speculation, unless explicitly written by the artist. Yeah. And even then, when written by the artist, it's in capture. You know, it's capturing a fixed moment of the artist's perspective. But what happens if you ask the artist again and again? It's so interesting. A different thing is there's also, you know, you mentioned internal versus external stuff. It's lovely to be able to experience someone's work and then ask them, right? You experience the art, you interpret the art for speculation purposes and emotional, then you exchange your experience, being able to exchange your experience with the artist, and then hearing the artist's backstory, and then that creates the generosity meets generosity, and that becomes emergent, right? The idea that two people having different experiences from the single piece of artwork is what expression and creativity is for humanity, right? It's a way to connect. Along with telling stories, communicating, music, movie, the human experience, which I've basically beaten over the head at this point. Yeah, totally. And as the artist, seeing perspective wildly different. Oh, that is a joy. That is a joy whenever there's a privilege to be had. It's a joy and a privilege. So much privilege comes from someone having a opinion about your piece. Someone once said that, but what if someone thinks your art is cheap? And I'm like, I would ask them why they think it's cheap, then I can know. Or like, what if someone said your art is no good? I'm like, then I want to know why the art is no good. It's part of the human experience. And then I'll tell them my story. If they're not impressed, that's the human experience. How can I feel reluctant about being blessed with someone's time? If someone spent time hating me, that's interesting. Like, because I'm using up that person's time. That in itself is almost a privilege. Obviously, this also suggests that I don't waste my time with thinking about the negative aspects of people trolling me situation, but more about how I can use it to my advantage. Also, it would make you wonder, what could I have made that's worth hating? Exactly. And I would ask that person, and I hope if I get lucky enough, that person hates the artwork enough to give me the time of day to explain it to me. Because I would most definitely be interested in that. A lot of my long-term discussions and online, right, as over my streaming times, dealt with trying to connect with these individuals who seem to have quite a lot of loathing, but it ended up being a sense of kind of a bittersweet moment when you actually find out the details. The worth was made as you created it because it was enriching your mind in itself. Yes. When someone hates something, that elicits an emotion. And I kind of want to know why. I get my money's... I mean, like, that's my money's worth. I think, while self-gratification is ever available, right? Self-motivated to do things. It's extra. It's definitely extra. A privilege is a privilege. So when you get the privilege of another person's time, that's something that you didn't ask for, but you're getting. So I'm ever appreciated without that. I always tell people, like, when they like, what if your art's not good enough for other people? Like, well, that's extra. Is it good enough for you? Are you upset that you can't make good enough art? If that is the case, the problem lies within you before you consider the actions of others that you cannot control. Right? And if you think it's good enough for you, not many things will change your mind from the outside perspective. What it can do is purposefully enrich your understanding of the world around you. Like, I am genuinely ever curious when someone tells me they hate my face because I haven't done anything to them yet. You might, if you're wondering if that's a hypothetical, it wasn't a hypothetical. Not a hypothetical. One of the first comments I've ever had about any art that I've shown, that I've made publicly, was that the person says like, dude, awesome MS Paint drawing you have. And that person was being genuine, by the way. And when I look back on it, it's like, dang, I did MS Paint justice. No, I look back and I'm like, yo, that could be a theme. Like, I could do an MS Paint theme one of these years. Deliberately make my art look like MS Paint. Yeah, MS Paint style is amazing. That was when that's the only thing I learned how to do. You know, it's kind of like what you said about Picasso, right? When you're limited in your skills, but you can still make something with your limited skills, that is the point. That is the point. If you only have white paint, do something with it. Like, restrict yourself sometimes. Sometimes, you know, you got all the fancy tools that you can't go back, do it. It's like, what if you can only populate pixels? What do? You have retro games. I love indie games with retro, you know, like they have all the fancy technology, but yet they apply it to the retro look. That is art. Like, you can render hyper realistic areas in a video game with the snap of a wrist, and yet I love games that look like storybooks from a children's book. 2.5D games are fantastically aesthetically pleasing. That's why you cherish the drawing of a child and make sure that they are fully aware that you love what they made. I like, this is gonna sound really weird, but I truly love seeing, like, YouTube, to me, the wonderful thing about the explosion of content creator is all the content creators that still manage to feel and communicate childlike creativity. And I can tell you, there's a pair of brothers that I really like, that if you take their dialogue and stuff out of context, you wouldn't know that one of the brothers started like 9 different companies for outreach, charity, and education, and the other one is a very well-known author. And whenever they talk about things and interact with each other, their behavior and stuff have childlike zeal in it. But they are 10 years older than me. And one so far won his battle against cancer. The other one deals with a lifetime of obsessive compulsive disorder. So, just don't know. Like, age things? To heck with age. Do more. I'm talking about John Green and Hank Green. I talk about them a lot because they're probably the strongest parasocial relationship I have online. I haven't ever been starstruck before, or like speechless before, but I earnestly believe that if I accidentally encounter John Green or Hank Green in the wild, I might actually be speechless. It's been a very long time. Like, I do miss being speechless. Like, that's what kids do. That's what being young does. When you become awestruck, like, you're still being able to be surprised. That's something I actually miss. Being surprised. Even being disappointed. Sometimes I sit here and I think, man, it might feel okay just to be disappointed because I miss it. A science did that for me every single day. Whenever I read an article and think about the way this person went about doing their thing, I'm like, wow, I wish I thought something like that. That used to be youth. And now I'm like, you know, how we started off with our conversation, like about predictable patterns and behavioral maturity and stuff. That's stuff I spend day in and day out like practicing. It's not something that I'm like pulling out of my butt. Like I'm not manifesting these ideas out of my butt. I practice and look at them and research them for many years. And that's not like surprising or emotional or jovial anymore. So it can come off as cold, calculating, adult, demeaning, right? Condescending. So it's cool to get shocked every once in a while. And that's what I do, by the way. Most of the time, the thing I'm doing is the thing that I'm not good at. So whenever I'm streaming and stuff, it's usually experiencing something that I'm not good at. The thing that I use most of the time is that I can make it work. So speaking, communication skills, and finding meaning in things is what I sell, quote unquote. That's what I sell, for the cool cost of $0. Actually, probably -$. I joke about this, but I actually pay taxes for not earning anything. Good old US of A. Electricity is supposed, but like the way I'm reporting taxes, I don't know if I'm even doing it correctly, but I actually do pay taxes for not earning anything. But it's totally worth it. And like, hear me out. When you get to a point where you ask yourself, what is it worth? The occasional one-day stranger exchanging conversation, that is already worth like hundreds of dollars in my opinion. But did you have any capital gains? No, I don't have capital gains. No capital gains. We're talking about the royalty, taxation on royalty, the 1099 on royalty. Because Twitch claims royalty past a certain amount. Or like a certain amount of exposure or something, and you have to that affects your It's kind of humorous. It's not a big deal. It's kind of like if it's one, it's still taxes. You know what I mean? Like I'm not try not to inflate the magnitude. It could be like 10 cents. It could be like $5. So it inevitably the joke I'm making is inconsequential or negligible to the magnitude. It's not something that an internet influencer would say, I had to pay $1 extra to use a plastic bag. No, we're not talking about things like that. I'm actually being a bit facetious. Very cleverly facetious. This is the way you talk whenever someone like comes at you and say, all you ever do is this. It's like, all the time? Everyone? Always? Never? So you're telling me that I only need to find one instance of that. That's kind of my facetiousness coming out. Where when I say I have to pay taxes on the royalty, technically yes, but it's inconsequential. It's negligible when it comes to that. So that, hence I'm smiling. You love having good Twitch chats. It's one of the few social medias you keep in your attempts to change your life. I hope you're able to do that. I really think that the future is going to be more lower ratio I talked about this 2 days ago. It took me like 9 hours to talk about this, but I think there's a moderation happening. Like there was a overcompensation for exploratory, right? When the internet first hit, then there's an overcompensation response to that in short form and like less interactability and facilitated interactability in middleman. But now there's a pullback, and I think you're experiencing it because it's the human condition a bit to like have too much of something and then want to regulate it, like come back to it. And I think the future of social media will have lower ratios, and by ratios I mean people ratios. So like I made this comment 2 days ago about the prevalence of parasocial relationships and how parasocial relationships may be correlated with the desensitization of how people behave towards each other online. Like if someone betrays you, you would hunt them down, right? If a business made you pay $1 extra, you would try to end the business. So things like that is related to the hyper-aggressive ratioing of things, right? Where the internet hasn't been a regulated, conducive place where people still see people as people, right? It's mediated by tools that do that for you, so you no longer have to practice it ever. And the reliance on parasocial relationships lack the one thing, and the one thing we've been talking about quite a lot today: the human experience. It's incredibly lacking due to not vicious or malicious intent. It's due to the hyper optimization of the internet hustle culture. That's one of the biggest contributors. You know, pragmatism, optimization, data science. That stuff is void of the human experience. There's no opinion in data. There's no opinion in objectivity. If your art doesn't sell more money than the other person's art, you suck more. There's no human explainer nor human compassion in those stats. That's the whole point of objectivity. It is void of objectivity. I mean, it's void of subjectivity. So I think in very near future, in the next 2 or 3 years, there will be a bit of a pullback, and that would be fantastic. I can't wait till like there's a new business model that emphasizes quality and mitigating parasocial relationships and mutual responsibility. Like because of the lower ratios, people are also mutually responsible for interacting and also become more cognizant of how they interact with each other through practice and normalization. So I can't wait to seeing, instead of having 3 million content creators and 10,000 of them interacting with 50 billion people, to a business model or an interaction model that have like one creator interacting with 1,000 people versus, you know, and have a sustainable market in that way. So then you have multiple lower ratio interactions. That would be really interesting. I'm not sure how much. Yeah, I look forward to seeing if it happens. I'm not saying I'm predicting the future or anything like that. The thing in my head is, it's interesting to see when loyalty becomes the centerfold balance between the parasocial relationship and the intimate platonic relationships. Because right now it's still playing guessing games. Right now it's completely detached parasocial relationship. If you hate a product, it doesn't matter how much damage you do to the people who are involved with that product. You are damaging that product because you know nothing about the person. And that other person is not incentivized to waste hours and time to demonstrate who they are, because if they do that, no one cares. That's like the vicious cycle. the normalization is you never end up having a human experience between the two people, because on the one hand, the business model supports it's more efficient right now that one person be expanding and cater to millions, not millions of people catering to some people. So there's no business model or practicality or marketing strategy for that yet, until it becomes a problem. When kids start flinging things, when people start having phobias, when people stop learning to interact with each other because they're chronically online, that's when businesses will probably be incentivized to think about it. Like, the idea that businesses are so scared of not trusting the loyalty of their client base because they normalize the optimization of objective marketing. That's what happens. So you're evaluated solely on your product if you decided to play the short-term game on numbers. Meanwhile, you still have the exception to the rules, the companies that foster loyalty. And that loyalty is the example I'm talking about. There's gonna be a balance. There's gotta be like a mix of loyalty and a mix of performance. And I look forward to when that happens. It's very late here, so you're gonna go to bed and prepare for bed. Sorry. No worries. We were playing chicken, by the way. Like, I kid you not. The end point for me is when the other person has to go to bed, do their responsibilities, right? It can be months before we talk again, but I would love to hear good things, right? Positive thinking and forward stuff from you. Maybe like Inktober, maybe a one-off Inktober one shot, and I'll check the Instagram because you DM'd me the Instagram, so I'll come prepared with a few questions of my own next time or tomorrow. Like, you know, we're gonna try not to create dependency. That's a whole nother digression, but if it's tomorrow, that's great. If it's not tomorrow, I will already have the questions prepared. Hopefully, if I finish, right? I'll take a look. Also, you're very excited to see the pushback and to be part of it, right? To repair dumb phones, screen time, choosing to frolic. You want to see all... Yeah, me too. Okay, in an undefined future, yes. There's no obligation because the very nature of dependency is, in my opinion, one of the problems. What are we talking about, peas and carrots? Having meaningful conversations between strangers online. Peas and carrots. Someone making me up. Sleep well, like I gotta finish this prompt anyways in the next, hopefully the next hour or two. Yeah, hello there, peas and carrots. Good luck, sleep well, like. It was a great conversation. Thank you for the privilege, right? It was a pleasure. Alright. So how are you doing, peas and carrots? Have a good night, whoever you are. So how are you doing, peas and carrots? I am gonna try to speed run my way to rendering this now. Do you do any Inktober, peas and carrots? It has been quite some time actually since we last spoke. How have you been? You're okay just procrastinating doing school stuff? What are you currently doing in school? Anything juicy? What are we doing in school that you're procrastinating on? I'm also procrastinating. I had too much of a fun conversation with with Leg over there. So we're gonna try to vamoose. Training a machine to take over your future job? That sounds like a wildly fun experiment. Okay, it's a plant indication machine learning model. Oh, you envy people who can draw well? You feel like it takes a lot of patience? Nah, you just gotta, sorry, this is an inside joke between me and this like new person I just met today, which is the person that just left. Nah, you just gotta pretend you're a kid. You know? Just pretend like you're a kid again. What are you doing? You're dabbing. It's like, how do you know where you put your strokes? I feel, and therefore I am. You feel me? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not responsible. So plant indication model. May I ask, like, how does that come about? Like, how does such a project work? What do you would do? What is it for? I'm so peaked. Not every day someone talks about plant identification. Oh, what are your parameters? Is this like purely visual? Like photographic? You label images and train a neural network on labeled images so that it's able to generalize pixel groupings and label them. Oh, okay. Intriguing. I wonder if what you have can distinguish the difference between a plum blossom and a cherry blossom. Because the reason why I'm bringing this up is when I was trying to draw one of the prompts that I had, I was thinking, wow, wouldn't it have been a great idea if I last year I had this theme about drawing something that's Japanese and Chinese, and one of the themes was a violin, but I needed something Japanese and Chinese, which violin's pretty good thing, like in terms of its cultural thing. But this is, I wanted to decorate it like in a way, so I had to draw a I thought, wow, what if we did like a floral theme because it's wood and stuff, right? So I had to draw a plum blossom and a cherry blossom. A plum blossom is far more emphasized in Chinese, and then a cherry blossom is far more emphasized in Japanese. I'm looking at these two things, and I'm like, what's the difference between the two of them? So when I'm thinking about like something that's, you know, labeling images and then generalizing the pixel grouping and labeling them. If you harvest a bunch of images of cherry blossoms and plum blossoms, I'm kind of curious if that's like the litmus test of the resolution of your language, like of your model, of your machine learning model. Because one is a cherry blossom, one is a plum blossom, and one's a cherry blossom. And I did as much as I could to differentiate them. I don't know if you know which one's which. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure anymore. So this one is not the same as this one, and it's very deliberate. But I don't remember which one's which. The images you're training with definitely couldn't, but you're sure if you got high enough resolution, computers are really good at seeing things humans can't. Oh, well, humans can, right? Because that's why plums and cherry blossoms were distinguished, but I can't. Obviously, the joke here is I can't. Also, you would assume those two flowers are the same pink, same number of petals. Seems good to you. Yeah, that's why it's so neat that you're creating a plant identifier thing. That's kind of neat. Like, what I mean by kind of neat is I can think of so many applications. Are you doing this? You're doing this for school, right? Yeah, you mentioned school. That's a really neat. Is this some sort of project that you're working on? Like a school, end of school project, or is this a normal thing for you? Is this like a daily, weekly thing for you? It's like, oh yeah, that's what you do. It's the capstone course. I see. Very good. For all intents and purposes, I do not follow the laws of physics and reality when it comes to my artwork, so do not use this as a representation of I simply feel. The human experience is what we were talking about. One of the themes we were talking about earlier before you came in. We spent most of our time talking about the human experience. So while I did make a funny joke about not knowing what a cherry, like the difference between a plum blossom and cherry blossom is, that is also part of the richness of being human. You can also imagine things where there aren't things. Or be settled with it. Was post-grad more fun than undergrad for me? That's a really good question. They are so different. This is going to be a cop-out answer. They were so different that fun wasn't even in the equation for either of them. Undergrad was the first time I've ever left the nest and integrated and discovered myself in my socializing identity, and I found my direction. Postgrad is when I finally interacted with people who might have been biologically and intellectually resonant with me. And then now postgrad, like postdoctoral, I talk to people usually 20 years younger than me 90% of the time. So my life has been a reverse aging experiment, if I would have to say so myself. Unfortunately, there is a very few consistencies to compare the quality, like the quality of fun that is had, because the funds don't adjust to each other. I haven't done the same things across the two. So like maybe the closest thing I can tell you is gaming. is much more fun post-grad. Gaming was definitely not as fun during post-grad. Or like, sorry. In graduate school, gaming was not as fun as undergrad school gaming, for example. I had more friends, like friends, in undergrad. Postgrad was you had colleagues. So you could say if you're a kid, right? If you're young right now, and your definition of fun doesn't change when you go to postgrad, then it would definitely be unfun. My definition changed. I was definitely changing during the time. So that's probably not the greatest answer, but one thing that I wish for you, in my opinion, is that it is always fun. So there's no competition between undergrad and postgrad. The idea is if you decide to go to postgrad, like go like do more in graduate school or something as you're continuing to learn things, I hope that your experience changes and there's no comparison. There's no competition. I think undergrad was fun for all the reasons that were absent in postgrad. And then postdoc, right? I also had a postdoc period. It's still the same, and it's very similar respect. Lots of fun. There is fun to be had when one is happy and able to interpret and enjoy the fun. I myself, unfortunately or fortunately or unfortunately, cannot answer that question very well because my life was eclectic. I didn't go out seeking a consistency, or consistency didn't find me in my life. It's a wild ride. Had some wild life ride. If you find that consistency is what you want, hopefully you find that, right? I walked in the face of change is what happened to me. It was like a wild ride. It felt like a roller coaster, honestly. For better or for worse. Some people hate roller coasters. I did too, actually, when I was younger. I still kind of hate roller coasters, but like what I mean is viscerally. Like my body does not handle the roller coaster sensation, but my mind is ready for a roller coaster. Life's too short to think about things not being fun enough. Yeah, you think you want consistency, but it's not the consistency you manage you would have, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, that's... I don't want to... Like, it's not do... I hope that this will come off as positive in the future. Maybe, like, to whoever you end up hanging out with and whatnot. Life... The mind loves to have consistency. One of the human conditions about having consistency is that it creates predictability, right? And oftentimes predictability is the one thing that combats chaos, all the potential things that can go wrong. It can also make things less efficient. Right? When you think of new things happening, most of the stuff that you've worked on and stuff become less efficient. You have to solve problems, inconsistency, right? So while the human condition in our mind likes to do that, biologically and sociologically, right, in culture and and history and whatnot, rarely in reality is consistency the reality of things. But our mind can build consistency out of it. So when I was talking about my life being a roller coaster, I didn't say it wasn't constantly fun. So the mind, for me, I had fun, consistently had fun through my life. But in reality, it was incomprehensibly inconsistent. Or it was it's comprehensibly, it's comprehensible, but it was incredibly inconsistent. And that is because life is, for those who fear this, very inconsistent and potentially oftentimes scarily uncontrollable, right? But the mind works in wondrous ways to offset that. What do you mean by my life was inconsistent? Well, for 4 years you had classes, right? You did undergrad, you studied, you work hard, right? You get grades. Then suddenly, now you're working and you're doing a lab and you have to live alone, right? Go to apartments and all that. Life throws things at you on a consistent, regular pace. And developing the thing that made my life most consistent is being able to consistently deal with the inconsistent. And that's how my life became far more enjoyable and guaranteed, is that I can handle those things, and you enjoy the ride when life presents itself. So whenever life presents an opportunity, you can seize it. These are my life. Like this whole year, I built activities and stuff to basically introduce deliberately inconsistency in my patterns. And the internet, because of the hustle culture and whatnot in the internet, one of the things that are very going to often guarantee this little crazy inconsistency is how fast-paced the current social norm is. Maybe one day society will slow down, but generally speaking, at the moment, the reality is things move at very consistently faster, even faster than my life. Lots of other people that I know, in my personal friends or classmates of mine, they wanted to settle down very early, so they found their consistency. And even despite that, despite finding early consistency, they still had, house ownership, families, relationships, a grief, all your beautiful things that come with life's ever-present surprises. This is one of the hardest things that you feel like you haven't learned yet, is how to deal with inconsistency well, because you feel that is the key to a happy life. I would have to say low key, right? Low key. I'm not deliberately trying to make a pun here, but you're young, and have plenty of time to do so. So hopefully life eases you into that very well, instead of like, because sometimes these inconsistencies, right, I don't want to focus on negativity too much. Sometimes these inconsistencies can break people. They can break people, but when they overcome it, it's like transformative. How you get there will most definitely be a journey of your own, and I look forward to hopefully have the privilege to hear what that's like from your perspective. My greatest inconsistency, well, in my postdoc, is I burned out. It's the first time I burned out. So you probably heard that before. And I take most of those lessons with me and share it with other people who, and make meaning out of it, right? I do agree with you though. It is one of the significant contributors to life's happiness, or creating, sort of speaking, it's one of life's greater consistencies, for lack of a better word. Being able to be a problem solver and experiencing a wide enough variety of influences and ideas is one of life's many consistencies that you can make. So I totally agree with you. It is very arguably essential to be able to get to a point where you're saying, well, come what may, I'll get it done. Come what may, it'll be interesting. Right? So that's kind of a really fantastic thing about, in my opinion, how it feels when someone says something like, I've made it. I think one of the contributors to that type of being able to say that comfortably, despite, a whole lifetime of imposter syndrome or compulsive disorder, or maybe your social anxiety and stuff, is that it'll be okay. Regardless of what happens, you'll always be able to step up. And that's one of the greatest boons, life consistencies, that can very much impact your life. It doesn't have to make your life though. Like, there are individuals who find closure in companionship. You can have families and friends also do these things. That's why society, humans work as a collective society. You don't necessarily have to do it all on your own. That's one of the saving silver linings. Yep, you feel that right now, trying too hard in school, but it ends up just making you dislike doing what you do so much. Oh, I see. How did you end up dealing with the burnout? I stopped working. That's a really, I'm sorry. I should have prefaced that I'm not a role model. So I stopped working. The thing is, I worked long enough. So I burned out, but I was being a little bit nebulous. I didn't tell you how I burned out. So when I burned out, it was when I gave up, right? So despite constantly burning, it's when you give up and you decide how and when you give up, to give yourself to recover and heal. That's the answer. How did I deal with burnout? I decided when to give up, what to do about it. And because I intended and set myself up for that, That's what I did. And then here I am. I mean, I still don't work in science. So technically the burnout hasn't ended. I didn't resume my career that I burned out in. And for the record, I think sometimes burnout has on the internet has this like common conception. There's one funny looking rabbit. I know, right? What'd you call it? You have to keep in mind that I burned out. There are two different burnouts that gets advertised all the time. One of them is burning out because of the sheer grind. So like an unhappy burnout, a obligation burnout. So burnout from obligation. I technically burn out from obligation, but it was because of my passion that I burned out. So I loved what I was doing. I just couldn't sustain it. The other type of burnout that most people dread is the burnout because they desired something and they had to give up on it because it was becoming too much. That's a different type of burnout. So that type of burnout I didn't experience. So this was a good thing. Like I took a break from the thing I was doing. And I'm still taking a break from the thing I'm doing. It might even be to the point where I don't find myself going back to it. So I want to be careful about that. Oh yeah, also, what did you write my thesis on? Or isn't there something you have to defend to get it? Yes, my thesis was on the avian leukosis virus and how it impacts how like the epigenetic and genetic properties that guide its life cycle during the integration process and its relationship with being used as a tool for oncogenic marker discovery. Largely it was about the retroviral life cycle, or how like targets are done during integration. It sounds fancy, but basically one of the viruses we use as a model was trying to, if you infect chickens or an avian species with this virus, eventually this virus causes oncogenic transformations, as in it creates cancer and tumors in the birds. So due to the nature of how tumors work, like how the genetics work in tumors, you can screen using a modified retrovirus, and those retroviruses tend to integrate into the host DNA, so it can interrupt gene regulation, and whatever the tumor has will represent all the markers that the virus interacted with or disrupted. So you can screen them using like a high throughput method of screening all the possible places that it inserted in the genome, and that's where you can correlate it with possible tumorigenic properties. Could you explain that like you were 10? Oh yeah, so like here's like a diagram. It needs a diagram. These things need diagrams. That's why. Let me diagram this. Most of these things need diagrams. So say this is your genome, right? So you have a bunch of genes. You've seen this before. Usually DNA is like represented like this. But say you stretch it out. So when a retrovirus, right? When a retrovirus enters, its DNA, its RNA sequence, it's a retrovirus. So its RNA sequence will line up with somewhere. And what happens is it's going to become the host genome. So this like virus sequence gets jammed into the host. You don't know where yet, but the thing is, if you engineer this virus, you know its sequence. And there's a way to find out where it has inserted by looking at the junction between the host DNA and where the virus inserted. Now, when a virus infects something, it creates a tumor. Like, it becomes a cancer tumor. What happens in a cancer tumor is one cell gets enough transformations and then it starts reproducing itself. So all these cells will have the same mutations that cause the cancer in the first place. So if you screen all of these cells and then you find out where they insert it, you have a bunch of locations of genes that you can look at that's linked to cancer. And what we could do is we can automate this. And now you're going to have millions of viruses infecting millions of cells, where the tumor will only represent an expansion of a single cell or a few cells. And then when you correlate all of the markers, like, oh, when you correlate it, there's a bunch of reads to this spot. And that is probably one of the major genes that are involved in that transformation. So the goal was to automate, make this so that we can do millions of screens with millions of cells and several tumors. And that's how you screen for it. It was a next-gen way of screening for cancer markers. That's kind of how you know when you go to a doctor and they say, "Oh, you hit the genetic jackpot. You have a genetic predisposition for a specific time of a specific cancer. Congratulations." I'm being facetious, obviously. You don't ever want to hear that. By screening, you mean look under a microscope? No, it's too small to look under a microscope. What you can do often. So, do you guys learn PCR in high school or college nowadays? I'm not sure if that's even necessary. I'm not sure of how many molecular biology concepts are necessary for general education. Okay. So very quickly, I am running short on time. Let's see. So, you know your genetic sequence, and you know that DNA is two strands, right? Right, there's a positive and a negative strand. So, to understand this, you can separate these strands. So when you extract DNA from a cell or a tumor, like anything, any tissue, you can denature these cells. So now you have the positive strand. There's a way to we have proteins that we can engineer. Now what they can do is they can produce the other strand. And when you can produce the other strand, you can analyze the strand. So how often something comes up can be read per strand. And that's how you screen for it. So remember that in this sense, isn't that mitosis or something? During mitosis, that's how DNA replication works. Yes. So now imagine it being done without the cell. So now we're doing this outside the cell. So it's in like a solution. It's basically in water, right? It's in water. So all that we did was we extract all of the DNA, and it's in here. So all of the DNA that's in a piece of tissue is in there. And you can use something like mitosis, the proteins that are involved in mitosis, to generate all the opposite strands. The same way that mitosis works, like DNA replication. But these new strands, they have special properties. And those special properties, you can count them. That's all you have to know, right? You can count how many of them are there. And when you can count how many of them are there, you can count how many different reads there are. As in, like, where the virus is. Because it's opposite of this. And when you can count it, you can screen it. As in, you can tell how many proportionally. Like how much. Why do you specifically need the opposite strand? The real strand are uncountable. You need the real strand to produce the opposite strand. That's part of the workflow. So what I mean is, if you took the other strand and you can copy the other strand, it doesn't usually copy from the other strand. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. The reason why I say positive and negative strand is you have to choose one to be the positive strand and one to be negative strand. It can be written this way too if you want. The idea is they're two different strands. There's no real or fake strand. There's 1 and 2, or positive and negative. This is notation. That's like a variable. X and Y. These are variables. So you technically can build everything around the negative strand if you want it, but so basically you are trying to detect a particular kind of cancer in chickens caused by a virus? No. We already know what the cancer is. The cancer happens. We already know what the cancer is. We're trying to figure out what caused the cancer. And to look at what caused the cancer, we used a virus to figure out which genes was found in the cancer. The virus is a marker for the gene that are disrupted, that are involved. So the cancer already happened. Like, we already know what the cancer is. The cancer is there. The idea is to find the genes or the functions, the things that are functioning that caused the cancer in the first place. So it's finding the difference between a cancer DNA and a normal DNA. Just the cancer DNA. We are only screening the cancer DNA, but we can compare it to the normal DNA. It's already assumed that it is, the normal DNA is the genetic code. So we use a chicken, and the chicken's genome was already sequenced. It's kind of like the human genome. The human genome is already sequenced, so we don't do any of that. That's already been done. So we do compare it with the database. There's a database for DNA sequences, like a representative human genome and a representative chicken DNA. So all of the stuff we do is we look at what changed. And technically, we don't even look at what changed per se. We're only looking at where the virus is. Because the virus is the change. The virus positions are where it changed. Yeah. That's like kind of... what can you do once you find the spot? You can test it. So, if you know that there's a sequence, you know that there's a sequence, can you remove it? You don't have to remove it, thereby curing it. Well, you don't know that yet. You have to add it to see if it happens. Then you can try and say, well, okay, what happens if we remove it from something that has it? But that has to occur. The alternative is you add it and then you remove it and show that there's a reverse. There are many ways to go about this, But this would be a forward test. This would be a backwards test. I'm not, these aren't the technical terms, but this would be a forward test, this would be a backwards test, and this would be a compensatory test, where you go forward then backwards to undo the thing. That's a mechanical test. However, most of these things are very complicated because there's also differences in animals and birds. And then there are differences between humans and, you know, etc. So the only part that I'm responsible for was that one step that I spent 7 years working on. You're lost? Oh, no worries. I was trying to discover cancer markers. You recently heard about a molecular machine called CRISPR? Yeah, which is used for editing and all that. Do you use it? I was at the time where CRISPR was new. It was still being done. We used a couple of CRISPR techniques, but I've already exited out of graduate school before CRISPR was affordable and mainstream. But the technology that I used was prior to CRISPR. So it was what CRISPR was based on. Many of the techniques that I used was prior to CRISPR. CRISPR has a modification of it. And it's more precise. So it's an evolution and innovation on the cruder techniques that we used back then. But it's been a while. And CRISPR, I would imagine, has become a household name at this point. It was very expensive to carry out. And you have to establish the system before you can do it. The 7 years wasn't like... Have to keep in mind that when you're doing an experiment, it takes more time to set up the experiment and making sure the experiment works. Like the method. This is often why I have a huge emphasis on methodology. It takes 90% of the time is setting up the experiment and making sure the experiment measures and do what you want it to do. Creating a tool. If your experiment involves creating a tool, one of the golden rules I would say is if you don't have to make a tool, try your best to avoid having to establish and make a tool from scratch, because that could be your entire thesis. A lot of people's entire thesis is establishing the tool before it can be applied. That was actually one of my earlier colleagues. But most of the earlier colleagues in the lab were the ones responsible for constructing the tool that I was reductively referring to. It was an interesting time in my life. Hopefully, something interesting came from that. Do you... it's not every day that someone knows about CRISPR. Are you working in... Have we had this discussion before? I remember I did meet someone not too long ago that have a budding scholastic interest in molecular biology or something adjacent to molecular biology. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? It's actually very few people who understanding CRISPR is, or even being interested in CRISPR is actually pretty rare. Now you're new here? Okay. Fair enough. Unless it's so mainstream, I don't think pulling out CRISPR all of a sudden is That's really that's incredibly noteworthy. That makes me think, has PCR, like, has PCR got phased out so hard that one could bring up CRISPR and not be familiar with PCR? That's what I'm kind of wondering right now. I don't actually know. I haven't been in academia for so long. I don't know what the kids know these days. Is this the version of I'm an old scientist? Oh my gosh. Am I having an old scientist moment? I wonder. Maybe you have learned that in high school, but it's so long ago that you have no idea. Okay. Like, and I'm starting to worry, like, I mean, I'm out of date, by the way. I haven't been in the lab or academia in 7 years. I've read techniques, like current techniques and stuff, but techniques don't get innovated so dramatically like other type of technologies. But at the same time, it can very well be that PCR is like a commonly understood inference of CRISPR. Like, it has become a commonly inferred thing. It's kind of like smartphones, right? People don't have to understand OSs. It's inferred in it. Polyphase, telophase, anaphase, pyruvic acid, Krebs cycle, etc. They all just words at this point. Oh, okay. Maybe it is a dumb question, but is there much intersection between molecular biology and chemistry? Chemistry is strictly not biology. So, oh wait, but is there much intersection between it? Yes, there is. Biochemistry. The intersection of molecular biology and chemistry is biochemistry. That's what it's called. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't. I'm not laughing at your expense. I started with biochemistry, and then when I got into grad school and stuff, it became molecular biology because I didn't want to do the chemistry part. I wanted to do the molecular biology part. So the intersection was I either choose chemistry or molecular biology, and the intersection is usually biochemistry, where you deal with the molecular level of chemical reactions in a biological system. So it's a mix of chemistry and molecular biology. Yeah. It's an excellent question. I wish I had more details to share with you, but unfortunately I'm just really old and out of date at this point. I was laughing because I realized how, like, silly I just sounded when I said it that way. So pardon my reflex. Nowadays, I think molecular biology is separated into multiple things too. But I still use molecular biology because my main focus was on molecular interactions. No, it's okay. You just realized biochemistry is a thing. Yeah, it was still called when I was in graduate school. When I was in grad school, the field was still roughly referred to as like biochemistry and molecular biology-ish. Like, for example, a subset of molecular biology is genetics, but there's molecular genetics and like possibly biochemical genetics. Basically, like if it's more biochemically like they would focus on like proteins and stuff that affects genes, affects nucleic acids. And then genetics often implies that you're focusing on nucleic acids. So things like DNA and RNA and coding stuff. So oftentimes categorization becomes really comical. It's kind of like reading the internet nowadays. On the internet, that's what categorization do. It makes like everything really funny. Like there's a category for everything until more information is available, and then the categorization changes again. Are you okay? Oh yeah. Good question. Computer science. Yeah, so like for example, computer science, right? When you say computer science, I have to typically ask, like, are you in engineering, software development, hardware development? If you're in software development, are you like cybersecurity, communications? Like if you're in engineering, is that like hardware, software? And so it keeps branching. And I think science is very similar in that way. Like the physical sciences are very similar in that way. So like if I had to be super specific of what I did, I'm a virologist. I was specifically in virology. So if I said molecular biology, some people could say, so you know very small things. And I'm like, well, specifically viruses, not much more than that. So when someone says something like, oh, what do you think of testosterone's effect on male gonads for fitness, steroid usage? And I'm like, your guess is as good as mine on a molecular level, because I don't even know what steroid looks like. And not like, we're not talking about, oh, if it's in like a container with a needle and it says steroids. We're talking about, I don't even know what the structure of steroids look like at the moment. But I can tell you what a icosahedron looks like on a typical like representative virus. So that's one of those things about specialized knowledge, right? They're very narrow, and they're hardly ever generalizable. So when you start to categorize specialized fields, it becomes very comical. Like, what are you? Well, my title specifically is like 36 words long. I think it's faster to say I'm a molecular biologist, or I was a molecular biologist. That's kind of where I find it very humorous. I think the internet can appreciate that whenever someone says like, oh, what kind of person you are? Yeah, virologist. Is that a thing? Yes, that is a thing. Yeah. Virologists, people who study viruses. In fact, what is not a thing is a retrovirologist. Someone, I did say that. I did say I was a virologist, if anything. But hear me out. There are different types of virologists. So when someone, like when I say I'm a virologist, someone's gonna say, oh, so you know about COVID? I'm like, no. Or I actually do know about COVID, but I don't have any experience with COVID. So that's the difference. Like here's a funny one. Here's one that I talk about quite a bit. Very last thing for fun. So there's virology, right? Then there's DNA and RNA. And then in RNA, there's retro and not. And this is just the beginning. So I'm here. And the reason why I said not is because by coincidence, if I say COVID is an RNA virus, but as far as I know, it doesn't have the properties of a retrovirus. Right. And DNA virus, I stopped here because I have no idea. I didn't go down this path, so I can't tell you very much. But people know a DNA virus, the influenza, and guess what? Influenza that I know is actually a part of segmented viruses. It's a segmented DNA virus. So it's not like the other DNA viruses. That's why influenza is very special. And then when you think of COVID, a lot of people think of flu. COVID is not the flu. In fact, I just told you, COVID is an RNA virus, and the influenza is a DNA virus. So they are already fundamentally incredibly different. The things that we categorize based on are comparable things that are very grossly reductive. Like, oh, you have a symptom. Like, it's kind of, you know, people who read about symptoms about their online, right? Oh, you're coughing and stuff. It's not specific enough. Coughing is like over intersecting so many things. Viruses also is very similar. They intersect a lot of things. And when you're in grad school and you're in a specialized field, it's those slightly different things. Those things that people don't usually talk about are the things that make the world of difference. And categorization then becomes very comical. You know, yeah, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I was supposed to end like 3 hours ago, but I got in a really fun conversation with like a fellow artist or like someone who wants to be an artist in marketing. So you've heard that RNA viruses can mutate easily and vaccines are difficult to make for them? Yes. DNA viruses too. Influenza is a DNA virus. Influenza is segmented. So the way it's presented in the host allows for rearrangement. So there are different ways viruses can become extra mutatey. But it is the common thing about RNA viruses. RNA viruses tend to have high mutational rates. But influenza is a great example of a common day DNA virus that has high mutational rate. Or recombinatory potential. Basically, they like it can recombine and create new novel things. This is the second time in recent year or in the recent months that I was able to talk about something related to what I used to do. All right, now we gotta start fleshing out this render, or else we're gonna. Yeah, no worries. Computer science is a whole smorgasbord, right? May I ask what you're doing in computer science at the moment? Peas and carrots is in computer science technically, but both of you are in computer science, but probably vastly different things, right? I could imagine they could be vastly different things. Oh, maybe I can make it a wooden bowl would be pretty fine. Oh no. Did I just layer it up into a wrong place? That's fine. Wait, that's not fine. You're right now working on a game? Game developer. Very nice, very nice. How's that going for you, game developer? Is that a bowl of lettuce or guacamole? Both. It's a relatively new path exploring uncharted waters. Oh, I like that. That sounds, that certainly piques my interest. I'll look forward to, hearing about it in the future. Splashy, splashy game development. I'm all for that. Oops. It's a bowl of guacamole. What are you talking about? It's whatever you... It's the opposite of whatever you think it is. Come at me. First time seeing a rabbit eat with paws. I know, right? Such a weird rabbit. Wait, are we like... I just wanted to make sure that I'm not being unintentionally patronizing. But you're memeing, right? Where I'm just playing along. I hope that's I hope you actually mean that. Because I mean I'll play along the whole time. I just want to be clear, just so we establish some ground rules. It was one time I played along and I kept calling this like ferret a cat, and the person legitimately was confused why I kept calling the ferret a cat. Like, man, that's a really strange cat that this person have. Or like calling a bear a dog, like, and it didn't land, right? So this is me trying to make sure that we are still on the same page. If you really think it's a rabbit, then it's a rabbit. That's a nice thing about art, you know? Up for interpretation. And this is guacamole, you know? I was too lazy to draw each individual thing, so we're just going with guac. I actually do not know what guacamole is. Heard it many times. Are you familiar with avocado? Like the fruit avocado? I'm not. If you've seen an avocado, then that's what guac is. Yeah, it's basically the flesh mixed with a lot of spices. You never tried it? It's the fleshy stuff. That's why it looks green and mushy and stuff. A bunch of guac. I do admit my complacency and being lazy about defining the lettuce. Right, whoops, I gave it away. The lettuce made it look like guac for sure. I'll add more things to it so that it looks a little bit less like guac. But for now, I was just trying to quickly, because I'm way behind. I'm way behind schedule. We already did a different prompt. Not that I don't appreciate the company. Do you do art at all, Bleh? Like, does your art, does your game development involve art at all? All right. I'm thinking about maybe completing this tomorrow, because I still got to do the back. Yeah, you're in the process of making assets for the game right now. Currently, world generation personally is the hardest part for you. I see. Getting the vibe right. Ah. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so the question is, do I just want to cut corners and complete this? Oh yeah, take care, take care. Good luck, good luck. I'm gonna end up having to bash a lot of these things. Okay. Well, let's complete this guy. Alright. Time to buckle down. Let's quickly do the thing we did. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What's the story behind this piece? The Inktober prompt is shredded. So naturally, I thought I would draw a super buff, incredibly buff red panda. And then I realized that I suck at that. So I decided, what's adjacent to getting super shredded? Health and fitness. So now the red panda is just eating a bowl of shredded lettuce. And one of the considerations was because I also had to do another prompt today. And I'm pretty good at amorphous guacamole style lettuce. So this is where we have guacamole style lettuce. Don't worry, it'll come together. Usually I don't do detail work until after. So it's a very healthy salad. And red pandas eat salad and shredded lettuce and stuff, so I figured the bigger story, Peas and Carrots, is that it's we're doing Inktober. Each day there's a new prompt. It comes with one word. Shredded is today's prompt, or actually yesterday's prompt. And I have a meta requirement. The meta requirement is, I'll give you an example. This is my earlier prompt today. The meta requirement is I'm also learning Japanese and Chinese characters, right? I'm learning to read them. And they're usually flashcards. And flashcards, I was like, oh, all right, we're going to make a card theme, basically. So everything's a playing card. And I'm using characters that represent the soul or the expression of the prompt. So this was yesterday, the day before yesterday's prompt. And this one is Sting. The prompt was Sting. So this character represents pierce, stab, or sting in Japanese and Chinese. And we drew a guy in a... The other requirement is I use my mascot. And the mascot is a red panda. I don't have like a specific OC. The panda looks different in every single prompt because I'm an inconsistent artist, right? I only draw during the Inktober times. So that's what we're doing. And the other story is I'm constantly trying something new that I didn't do in the previous one and refining some techniques over time that might be interesting to keep. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm basically testing out different aesthetics in defining what my detail work is going to be like. And usually detail work for me is not about being hyper realistic or something like that. It's largely dealing with interesting form and things I want to highlight. It gets pretty obvious where they are. So it's not really haphazard. It's more a stylistic choice. And usually I have a lot of time to experiment. This is my favorite part of the conception and stuff is probably the toughest part. Do you do any art? Peas and Carrots? Did I ask you this already? Does art interest you at all? Or like you know, for fun kind of thing? I do this for fun. Only during Inktober will you find me obligating myself to try kind of situation. It can be very cathartic, right? You don't do any art, but you do find this nice to watch? Well, thank you. Hopefully, maybe, one day, you can express something on a canvas, and I would love to see it. So what I'm doing right now is there are certain like games and things that apply very specific techniques, and I'm kind of like doing my own version of it. And I'm basically near the end of all the compositions. I try to find a idiosyncrasy, something that makes it so that it's identifiably me. So I typically like to experiment with each one. There's some sort of experimentation on each iteration. I'm also practicing my like hand motions and whatnot. Okay. All right. So a little less like guacamole, but still kind of like guacamole with veins. Okay. Okay. It's okay. It's good enough. Let's add a little bit of nope. Nah, it's good enough. Okay. So now we have to do the other thing, which I should have completed way ago. All right. So let's do all of our placeholders. We have tons of placeholders here. This one's probably the tougher one. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of it. Yes. I can't do that now. Too late. I'm running on fumes. So instead, just gonna all right. Now we're gonna try to. Here comes the more fancy work. Hopefully, we can get this done very quick. I've been practicing this the last week or so. I'm basically practicing my weight. So I'm doing things heavy in the front and doing things light in the back without like changing up my pen. Oops. It'll make sense in a bit. um Do you see the clouds? Do you see the shape of the clouds? That's kind of basically what I'm saying to myself. That was a little bit chunky. Oh, that got a little too thick there, but that's okay. All right. Oh. That's okay. Maybe it's not okay. We'll see. No, 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 no. I think it's better if I do the. Okay. How much time do I have? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're good. Now let's do our border and call it a day. Ooh. I don't think tomorrow I'm going to do a double prompt, but we'll see. So many good conversations today. Do our border. Guess we're doing a green border today with the lettuce. I don't actually know what character I'm gonna use for the lettuce. The shred. So we're kind of combining another thing that I've done before, which is kind of relying on full saturated things for a bit of a wild card thing at the top. I think I'm going to try to push that even harder next time. I'm starting to remember many of the things that I cultivated over the last couple of years. Alright, so shredded. Hang on. I'm gonna... let's... maybe this is the color we're going for. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And how do I get salad? Do I have something in here that can give me a feeling of... oh, that's kind of nice. Huh. Interesting. We'll do that. Mm. Ooh, that's... okay. So... shred. I could think of tear. Or scrape. That's kind of like break as well. Cut? I use cut. I think cut is a little bit more in the wheelhouse right now. Yeah, let's use cut. Cut is good. It's close. It's good enough. I'm really tired. I'm starting to feel, yeah, starting to feel it. So I gotta do what we can. Really don't like how that's coming out. That's fine. What the? Oh. Hmm. Not the greatest. Fine. Okay. All right. You're done. Oh my gosh. I think ultimately it really only took about 3 hours. It's just we got kind of carried away with conversations. So it's fine. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna only do one prompt, try to take it easy. Lots of fun discussions were had. Talked about art a lot actually today. Wasn't expecting to relate it to art too much. This is our 12th prompt, right? And it's the 13th. Wait, yeah. We start on the 13th. What was this? Shredded? All right. I think I've gotten down very specific things that I really like, and then there are very specific things that there are tiny little things here and there that I don't like that I'll probably adjust tomorrow. But I think I've gotten down pretty much the comfort zone stuff. It'd be kind of nice if I made that a little bit more, but yeah, this one turned out really pleasant. I really like the proportions in this one. Oh, all right, folks, that's a wrap for today. There you have it. 12 prompts down. We're technically on schedule now, but lesson day is coming fast approaching. It's the day after tomorrow, so I would like to get 2 prompts done tomorrow. I'll see how rested I am and how less digress I get. But there you have it. That's the end of Inktober. 12th prompt. We're up to date. I took a bye because I was also digressing really hard. Today we had a really wonderful discussion. Lots of fun discussions about art, maturity, passion, childlike zeal. There was a lot with art, right? And lots of people are in education. Pretty much everyone was in education today, which was pretty awesome. Jiao, blah, peas and carrots, and Leg. I just refer to the person as Leg. All of them are university students. That's really cool. Hopefully, passion. I really enjoy hearing what people do with their lives, because I guess I'm just that old now, huh? I guess got plenty of years. Anyways, so feel free if you're gonna watch this later. Thank you. ありがとうございます right? 感谢 谢谢 You're more than free to follow along, join in. Obviously, there's no obligation. Set your goals, show me some work. I would love to see them. That's great. You know, share some stories, anecdotes, tell stories about your human experience, and keep each other motivated. So until next time, right? 皆さんまたね。大家下次见。Thanks for watching, guys. 見てくれてありがとう。感謝观看。See you next time. Bye bye.